hello, and welcome to Tales from the Tumbled Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your Dungeon Master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Tumbled Tankard Discord server and YouTube channels. We are here with the end of an era. The party managed to deal with problems in the cauldron and help a rebellion take off. They stormed into the balcony where the Baylor demon was watching and waiting for them. Followed it into the throne room after it put in a bit of a request that it help that the party help him. After moving into the throne room, they ended up confronting Corwain and a host of devils, and a host of demons that were in there. And then, in the midst of that fight, taking out the demons there, Corwain disappeared, teleported away. They dealt with the last of the demons, found out where Corwain went, had a bit of a reunion with a certain succubus that showed up to help the demon prince be whisked away home. Finally, as they released him from his binding to the coin of the Dark King. They teleported themselves over to, or hopped on their rock and flew over to where the Infernal Gate was, as Corwain was on the plains of hell, opening a gate to somewhere. As they charged into the area there, flying, moving through the rift into hell itself, they saw a host of devils charging toward an open gate. As they approached the gate, they saw where it led to their homeland, to their hometown, the city of Ravenscroft. No, wow.
Raven's Crest.
Stop. Just Raven's Crest. Ooh. Too many different things here. Sorry, old college roommate was named Ravenscroft. So, sorry, Ravenscroft. They confronted the devils, fought their way around there, found Corwain himself in the graveyard behind the Temple of the Raven Queen. They're opening up another rift to the Shadowfell, successfully tearing open the space into there as they charge forward, being assailed by none other than the shadow version of Wraith. A fragmentary bit of consciousness or something that had been summoned up and unleashed on the group to delay them. But they dealt with the Wraith shadow and collapsed the rift to the Shadowfell itself there, and managed to dispatch Corwain before he could escape or again, and stood victorious, finally, able to take a breath for a moment and reunite with some folks around the town, Eldon, of course, Elia, and many others as well. And so we're going to pretty much pick up the next morning. It has been one hell of a long day with a lot of distance traveled and a lot of confrontation and a lot of going on here. But we'll pick up the morning after in the house in Ravenscrest. Oops. What did I just do? There we go. As things are, well, quiet. The town, obviously, in the wake of the fight that took place, a few. There were injuries. Only a couple of fatalities among the guardsmen that were fighting against the devils. Dunkhorn suffered some pretty major injuries as he squared off against a horn devil by himself for part of the time there. and was able to dispatch it, but it took some pretty heavy wounds there that were healed up, and he's okay. Some damage to various parts of the city, most notably the corner of the Baron's house here was as one of the horned devils was smashed into the side of it, knocking through the fence and into the corner of the house itself. And Corlilla's house as well, that a section of the house completely carved out by the gate appearing in her backyard. Other than that, and of course the damage itself to the graveyard. So, as you awake the next morning in your house, what would you? We'll kind of take a quick thing around the room here, around the group here. What you're doing just for the time being, this initial breather, and what would you like to do for that morning? Anyone can jump in first, or I can just roll initiative and see who gets to go first by initiative roll.
I don't mind going first if I don't want to go into initiative. If we don't,
absolutely, no worries.
There anyway.
Yeah.
Don't
worry about it. Just for later on.
Something I probably would have done in my room before we get up in the morning. I was very much planning on asking Elliot to marry me. And then maybe having a word with Strava to see how soon she could do it. And getting that done. And also, I want to speak to, what's his name?
Who?
The man who owns our house. The mayor.
Yes, the mayor. Let me pull up my notes, because it's going to be a lot of that, I'm sure. Just making sure I have everything put away.
Elvis?
He's not the mayor anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, he's still the mayor. Yeah.
I thought he was more than that.
No, the Baron is now more than the basically.
Oh, that's
Elvis,
that's
Elvis trademark. Yes.
Elvis. Yes.
Elvis. Yes.
Who is obviously. They're all related to each other, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Somewhat. So, you know that Elvis.
The mayor and
at
Elliot
some point,
family.
Elvis has. I believe they actually made it official there. Elvis and Burton, Fairwood.
I wasn't invited to the wedding, but yeah, I think they got married.
I mean, you were kind of all over the place at this point, so it's one of those. I mean, yeah, it was not done up as a huge ceremony. You heard about it. You know, Elliot, of course, will tell you about it there. It's kind of more of a this is happening kind of thing, and it was just. A small thing that took place there, and kind of announcement was made that it had happened essentially. So Elvis and Burton are officially married. And of course, yes, he's very happy to arrange a grand ceremony, as much as maybe not the ceremony, but at least a reception.
I don't want to talk to him about that. I want to buy the house off him.
Oh, the house is yours.
Okay.
The house is at this point, especially now, saving the city multiple times. The house is just yours.
Okay.
Essentially, as a group, effectively, you guys can kind of come and go there. Obviously, Amethyst, Lucas, Eldon. I think Sora's kind of moved on from there, but I mean, Sora's obviously still
she's got
among the original.
She comes into town at some point.
Absolutely. The idea that
that's
it is
if she says yes. I mean,
Elliot absolutely would say yes. And essentially, it's one of those things of yes, on the condition that you do not go running off to other planes of existence for weeks and months and whatever at a time, or other parts of the world without bringing her along. And
well, something I would like to do is do a little bit of traveling with her, but also if Lucas isn't in too much of a hurry, or after he's been home for a while, I would really like Lucas to take me to attune to all of the teleportation circles that he has tuned to, so that I can then travel alone without him, and maybe take Elliot to a few places.
Ellie would also suggest that if she can go to those places as well and basically folk attuned to a tree in the area, that she can also transfer the implant. Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's places that she could definitely go to with just the two of you that you wouldn't. Because you don't have teleportation circle, do you?
No, but I can learn it. I think
those sorcerers could do it. But yeah, I mean, yeah. You could definitely work out something to get that capability. Yeah.
Yeah. Swap it out, and I get to level 19.
Sure. Yeah, I look at on the sorcerer list, but we can work that out there. I mean, obviously, people who can help you learn whatever. So
I think teleport is.
Teleport definitely.
What it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anything. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a circle for that. You just need to know a place for that. So you.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
It says circles is just a cheaper way to do it.
Yeah.
Also, teleportation circle requires a minute to cast, where teleport you just do.
Yeah.
So there is that. Obviously, taking time, you'll be able to do that. So, so that's sort of so the morning afterwards. Yes, Elliot will have said yes, and at least initially, and checking in with Elbus the next morning. There, yes, the house. He will just flat out tell you the house is yours. He's relinquished any ownership of it anymore at this point because, I mean, you've made it your own.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, especially because even while you weren't living there, Eldon and the other people from your extended group there have been there. So it's definitely never been unoccupied. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's but sorcerer wizard apparently. So
cool.
Sorcerer can learn teleportation circle. Sorry, I just wanted to look.
Yeah, and obviously you can take some time and switch your spells out and whatever. So you're going to be able to do that at any point during your time coming up here. So, so that's your next morning at least. And we'll get into some other stuff down the road. How about who wants to jump in next here over your morning after what you're doing in the town here initially?
Well, I'll probably head over to Port Aurus. Pretty
sure. Yeah.
I mean, rested and got my spells back.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything. Yeah. Do you have anything left back? Anything back to be able to do teleportation circle?
Not until next morning.
Oh wow.
A few first and second level spells left. I say.
Wow. Okay. Yep. In that case, yeah. Yeah. You threw a lot of Eldritch Blast around there.
Yeah, and I also used my staff a few times. So.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see here. So yeah, I mean, you can obviously, because I think you guys were here in the afternoon, so you can even go that night if you want to. Just take your long rest after the fight and then go that evening if you want, or the next morning, either way. We'll get into what's going on with Port Aurus there, but Lindra will obviously be very, very happy to see you and a chance to not worry about you being on another continent of nightmares or anything else, or who knows where or anything else. So she's definitely happy to have you back and having dealt with whatever was there.
Well, we still have some rifts to close over there.
I mean, that could be done. I mean, yeah, that's definitely, again, you got some time coming up here on your hands here, what you want to do in terms of your more recreational things rather than saving the world. More just like some news and
take a week off or so. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so we'll jump into how about Raz? What are you doing the next morning here in this strange place of people and trees and flowers and like non-hostile stuff?
The non-hostile world. So
yeah,
Raz is really shocked that he's back in normal civilization. He's definitely probably going to hang out in the morning at the whatever the closest church is to the house that they're at.
Yeah, the Temple of Raven's Queen is the largest one. There's also a Shrine of Light down here. This is more of basically god, kind of dedicated to the gods of healing and good and stuff like that. So it's more of a temple, more of a shrine of. It's like half shrine, half clinic. Down here. So
whatever one is closest to where we stay.
Closest, yeah. So the Temple of Raven Queen is right over here. Is where you guys fought the folks yesterday. So you know that was a temple.
If you're pinging the map, I can't see.
Right here, you can see that. Oh, sorry, I didn't move you guys.
We're not on the map. We're on.
I just sorry. Here we go. There we go. Yeah.
Come on, Jim. It's not like you haven't done this before.
I know. I moved myself. I was looking at the map.
Like he hasn't got a million things to think of right now.
Oh, I'm also just like, yeah. You're talking about 5 windows. I have like 8 windows open right now, plus my notebooks.
Is that all?
Yeah. At the moment, I don't have to have like multiple monster sheets open, which is fun for a change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although.
Yeah, I do have my all 3 notebooks here. All right. So let me show you again here. The Temple of Raven Queen being over here. The Temple of the Shrine of Light down here. And you know the Temple of Raven Queen because you were there. You were just there yesterday. When you get over there, you will see that they're in the process of the south part. This square tower here had the wall blown out, so they're actually already in the process of repairing that. There are people sort of cleaning up and trying to reset the damaged headstones, the ones that have been moved or messed up. They're kind of repairing the ground and trying to close up the rift that opened up there and just start. There's some lower level druids that have worked with Elia and they're actually out there sort of like healing the ground itself there and causing the grass to grow back. And so there's still a lot of work to be done there, but it's already in progress. It's a much quieter space now that there's not combat going on and so it is just to be a very peaceful, restful place. The Raven Queen, which you don't probably know that deity specifically from your part of the world. In fact, weird thing is that the Raven Queen didn't exist before the Cataclysm, and so there's nobody on the Nightmare Lands that would even know who she is.
Weird.
So, yeah, there are, yeah, it is a place kind of quiet and peaceful at the moment here. You'll see that there was one person who's helping with the rebuilding here is the monk that helped you guys fight Orlosh, just dressed in simple brown robes, and he's just kind of like stacking rocks and holding things in place and cleaning things and moving stuff around. But is there anything you want to do or speak to anybody there? Or?
Who were you talking to?
Yeah,
this would be Raz.
Big circle.
Okay.
This is all Raz here. This is because Raz is talking about going to the temple. So that's what you see.
Just there. Basically, I would keep my cloak up and avoid any dwarves. Just to get in there and find a quiet corner where I can put all my stuff out, like maybe if they had a small table in the corner and everything, just to contemplate the whole return to civilization.
Yeah. There's obviously like tables and like pews and little places up to the side to sit and things you can kind of. It is sort of an altar. Like there's an altar up at the front of the room there, dark stone. There's very obviously a lot of raven motif, little sculptures and stuff along the walls and in the corners and everything else. But yeah, there's a little spot off to the side there you can kind of sit and just contemplate whatever. In terms of dwarves, you don't see many. The only dwarf you spotted was the one that was fighting the Horn Devil out in the square here that jumped off the roof and smacked into there. Other than that, you haven't seen really any others in the town specifically. A gnome was hanging out in the a very catty, obnoxiously like energetic gnome was in the house you were staying in last night. But you're kind of given a quiet space out of the way if you wanted it there. As much as he wanted to talk, he kind of got like shuffled off to other projects and doing other things at least. As Eldon is a handful to deal with.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. But yeah, nobody bothers you in the temple that morning. They just gonna let you do your thing there. They might just kind of check in to see if there's anything you need, or if there's anything if you need anything to drink or anything, or if there's anything you need in your time, or they'll just kind of just very quietly ask and then leave you alone unless you ask for something specific.
All right.
Okay.
I would like to at some point take Raz around the town and show him around and show him the sights of Raven's Crest and things.
I'm sure you would have dragged me around like before you got to the house.
Oh
This is the
yeah,
cookie shop,
definitely.
this is the bakery.
Yeah.
So,
This is where Ellie and I
definitely.
met. This is where Ellie and I had our first cappuccino. This is where Ellie and I.
Never mind that. Fade to
Yeah.
black.
I think first kiss was somewhere down around here. I don't.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I think it was in the house.
I don't remember. I think you guys were. Yeah, I don't remember either. It's been too long.
Yeah.
No, because it's who knows. I'm sure she would know, and you would, and Amethyst would actually know, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's only been 3 years.
It was during the night. We slept
Yeah.
in the same room, and it was during the night when it happened.
Yeah, it was needs.
When
Which
Eldon put a hole in the roof, you chewed him out so bad.
When we kissed each other, we heard the voices of the others that we were linked with, and it was really weird.
Mhm.
And that's how Gildor painted that, because he had a very emotional experience.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, somewhere he gave you those paintings, didn't he? It was expressions on your face as you were looking at each other, right after the kiss. Yeah. So, I mean, Raz, as much as as distracted as Amethyst is, she's not going to be dragging you around immediately. But in the coming days, I'm sure you'll be dragged
I'm
around
sure
the
she
town
was
to
a
show
little
what those are.
busy with somebody else than Raz.
Exactly.
I don't think
Yes.
Raz is anywhere on the top of that list at the moment.
Yeah.
No, he definitely is, because I'm very aware that he's almost in an alien world at the moment. Like, he spent so long over there that this must be so weird. And he just probably wants to just like roll around on the grass like a dog or something for a bit, Yeah. Like, I can just imagine.
This grass?
Yeah. I mean, that night you saw the moon for the first time.
Dropped at the shrubbery next to the house that we appeared at.
Yep. So Athena, the night of and the morning after, what is Athena up to here?
So the night of, she's probably going to just make sure that the city is secure. She doesn't know how the stuff works. Slowly but surely, she probably realized that it's pretty secure. She doesn't have to worry about anything.
Anything in terms of like me, there are people actually repairing things. There's things that are being done. Everyone's being checked on. There were injuries, not a ton, because most people were already like either in the process of being moved away, or were evacuated or hiding away. So, you mostly just kind of see guards kind of like cleaning things up, kind of at least trying to like fix up a fence here and there where they can, and just kind of checking in on people as they're coming back into the city. So it's not hard to kind of like, the guardsmen, at least while they don't know you as well as the rest of the group, obviously, they definitely welcome your assistance in like escorting people back to their homes, like shoring up a fence, like dragging off like what's left over of the devil carcasses and stuff to some place to be disposed of. So they definitely welcome your aid with that.
Yeah. And then I'll probably, as things are starting to settle down for the night, I'll head into the forest area just to get regrounded, and then head back to what I assume is a house that we're supposed to know. I've only been there once, and I don't think I slept there the last time. I'm gonna head back to the house and probably just crash on the couch, sleep through the night.
Sure.
For the next morning, I'll probably scavenge around a little further outside of town. Like go outside of the gates, look all over the place, see what's going on.
Okay.
Probably check out the warehouse district over there.
Sure.
Because it doesn't seem like this type of town should have one of these, but it does.
Well, you can blame Sora's family for that.
Mm-hmm.
You can blame Sora 100% for that one.
We were a little town, and then all of a sudden, bam, loads more things being built, and now we're a city.
Sora couldn't say, Craven's Rest. She kept calling it Raven's Crest, and then all of a sudden it changed its name too. So,
Yep.
I mean, there's that.
Yep. Although it was a better name.
Yes, absolutely. And most people at this point, there are some of the old timers of the city that still kind of like mess up and call it that, but most everyone at this point has kind of shifted over to calling it Raven's Crest. Again, some slip up every now and then just because, I mean, it was that for so long.
Mm-hmm. And you can definitely join Raz and I when we're showing him the sites, because obviously you need to, although you're used to being on this continent, you don't know your way around the town, so you can obviously
I don't.
you can wander around. Alden, I'm sure, would join.
Oh yeah, he's Alden's absolutely just happy to have everyone back, and obviously, he's just chatting everyone's ear out as much as he can, trying to find out what you saw, what was there, what was the place, what was it like, blah, 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 nonstop, pretty much, bugging you guys. A full cataloging of everything you saw, everything you experienced, and went through, and everything. So absolutely. The morning after, for the most part, things are fairly calm. I mean, these people have seen a lot, been through a lot. You will find out that Serenity is not here currently. It is actually off in Port Oris. The crew there like basically sending some goods, picking things up, and bringing them back. So they are currently over in Port Oris. So they are not here. Everything else. The only other pretty major injury that took place, of course, was already being dealt with there. Not Ayla. Oh my gosh.
That's a weird name.
Pull it up. That's not her name, obviously.
Oh my gosh.
Ilar, the blacksmith there, who'd basically smashed the spine devil against the side of her forge. She's definitely she was mostly tended to, but she's still kind of dragging off the wounds there. She's got a couple of new scars from the ordeal, at least. But her and her partner there, the two of them are definitely doing okay. Risa, Ilara and Risa are the blacksmith and leather worker there. Effectively, it's an unofficial day of celebration. Baron Fairwood will kind of announce the town there, kind of like thanking, obviously, the heroes of Raven's Crest, such as they are, for fending off this potential dire situation, and welcome you guys back home. With that, he's sort of like kind of putting it out there that he's going to they're planning a sort of a celebration of sorts, of sort of like for having dealt with this problem, and the fact that you are back, essentially, and he will definitely be as you're fairly aware from having talked to him last time, they're very happy that there's another engagement in his family. And so it'll be sort of he plans to make that sort of announcement at this little festival he's going to have in a couple of days, kind of make that official to the town.
Oh, great. No pressure.
I mean, he's probably he's the most influential person here, and his daughter is probably one of the second most influential people here. Like,
yeah,
his daughter and his son-in-law are the two next most influential people here. So, those are pretty big deals for the town itself.
Yeah.
So with that, let's kind of cut to the next week. Where do you see yourself over the course of the next week in terms of what you want to do, accomplish, make plans? What do you see yourselves doing over the course of this week?
Tina's probably going to want to go home. Check on family members there. Let them know she's still alive because, it's been a bit. And they were dealing with a bunch of ogres and war and stuff right at their front door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See if she can help with any way. And then make sure that she grabs the sending stone to be able to message back to the group that she's going to head back to Port Oris then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll have to get Aldon to make items for us that we can all teleport straight back to the house, so that we can always come back if we're needed.
Maybe pushing the limit. Definitely pushing the limits of mana tech, as fitable spells are as high as it goes.
Okay.
But it can be done, and I'd be willing to bet Eldon's already been working on it since there's a teleportation circle here.
Yeah.
And so between him, Nimbus, and probably collaboration with Nils back and forth, as soon as Eldon can do it, he's going to be going back and forth to Port Oris nonstop, getting materials and just bopping back and forth as much as he wants to and needs to. So it won't be long before he'll be able to, if he doesn't already have an extra one, he can let you borrow his, because I'm sure he's done that in the last couple of months. Like, I need more materials. Go to Port Oris. I'm back now. Because and those of you who've been here before, what you will notice, even in the last few months, all of the streets now have street lights that are automatic and go on and off at various times. The guards patrol around. Well, they're not automatic. The guards go and turn them on and off, essentially. But it's part of their patrol at night there to go and turn them on, then go to turn them off at a certain point. There are more warehouses up in the corner here. I didn't put them on the map, but there are pretty much this whole area around here has various warehouses that are coming in now for a variety of goods. The lumber area is still pretty much where it was, but it's obviously very much active. It's being there. A few more little like cottages and houses have kind of propped up in kind of the housing district of the southeast. And a few more in the southwest are starting to show up as well. Not to the point where it's like crammed and packed, but there's a couple more here and there as more people are moving in, essentially. And the population is growing. With that, yes, you saw the defenses in action. Not only Eldon's anti-air cannon on top of the house, but similar things at the gates that were used. So you'll definitely see some more defenses have been shored up. You will also, in the course of the week or so, Riley will be popping in to tell you how things are going there. The walls themselves are slowly being treated with ironwood elixir, so that the walls themselves are as strong as steel and pretty much inflammable. So it is being enhanced even further as this place is growing. So you'll see definitely the guards have been doing a lot of training. They are becoming some of the most well-trained forces around. As they know things are out there that have been a problem between the Slod and the Trollings and of the past, and now even devils and such of the present. They're definitely working on getting more and more well-trained guards and better equipment and defenses.
And don't forget, we are going to have to go over to the other continent and close them rifts at some point. Because there's still a bunch of open ones.
I mean, that could take you years if you want. The continent is a continent.
Yep.
You left basically 2 rifts. Well, 3 technically. 2 in the cauldron and 1 earth rift. Other people can deal with this at some point. So,
okay.
Like, you're not the only one who can cast a spell magic.
Okay.
So, at some point, you can decide to retire and send other people instead. As there
What's the fun in that?
Well, the point is, it's one of those things. At this, so that'll be next thing here. So in the week or so afterwards, yes, a festival will take place in the town square, one of the typical squares, and you realize that it's been a while you've been here. It's middle of fall. It was just the end of summer when you left, and it's now the middle of fall. It's been about a month and a half you were gone. Almost 2 months, in fact. So in a couple of days after this, you will something will arrive at the house as this here will have arrived there.
I already got one of those in my mailbox.
Effectively,
Raz has been to the post office twice.
More official. I'm going to assume over the course of the week, even though you didn't say it, Amethyst and whoever else has been in touch with Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was definitely something that was going to happen soon.
Okay, so
I would like to. I was going to visit her. I was going to go and visit. Maybe take Alia to see if she's had those babies yet.
Okay. So essentially, as you're planning that and discussing it there, this will essentially arrive just as an official invitation there that a wedding is going to be taking place. And so
Is
we
the
have
wedding happening in this town?
No. This will be happening. Let's just jump over to the world map. This time I moved you guys with me. We can take away some of our dotted lines at this point. We don't need those anymore. We don't need to know where you've been.
We've been everywhere.
Pretty much, yeah. There's a lot of things on the map here we can kind of start to remove as they aren't going to be important now to this.
Never did go to see Alia's family though. I mean, Amethyst's
click
family.
on where Raven's Crest is.
Raven's Crest is right here.
Okay. Yeah, right there.
Yep. So the wedding will be taking place over here in Aziris.
Mm-hmm.
Over here in Drakal, in the southernmost city in the mountains there is Aziris, the Silver Dragonkin city. So we'll get to that in a bit here. The wedding is taking place in effect. Well, you tell me, how soon is it happening?
In a month's time.
In a month's time? Perfect. Okay. So the invitation comes in during this week's time here. The wedding's happening in a few months' time. In a month's time. Okay. All right.
Was she waiting until we were back, or was she just having it anyway?
She was waiting.
Okay.
Yep,
she was waiting.
Yep.
She got word that you were back, and that's when the invitations went out.
Yeah.
Okay. So where have you got my dress already made for me, for my bridesmaid dress?
No, but there's one waiting here for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So in that week, yes. We know what's happening in that town. A celebration happens there. Let's kind of back here. Let's go back to Lucas here. Over the course of the week in Port Oris, and back and forth and wherever. What is Lucas's plans here in the week afterwards?
Initially, I mean, speak with Janan at the Lyceum. Fill in what's happened. Tell her the rifts over there need closing.
Yeah.
Well, it is us that does it, or somebody else.
Okay.
She suggests.
So she'd be she's very interested in hearing what happened, obviously, and she'll be talking to you about that. Any maps, any locations, information you can provide, and with that, essentially, she's already like excited to the point where she's like making plans for high level like grad level students or graduates and everything else. She wants to put information, sort of a joint effort with the Wizards Guild and Dravier, to essentially get adventuring groups together and going over. Now that knowing your success, at least, and kind of what you're finding out there, definitely she's already sort of like kind of getting ideas and plans in place for sending teams over there to go do like closing Rift and go discovering what's there and helping where they can, and doing what they can to make things better. Obviously, yeah, go ahead.
I can say at some point I'm going to try and use the teleportation circle on the ship over there to see if I can actually open her and get some people across so they can attune to it.
It's very, very difficult. You find the first attempt or two, it's not working. But eventually, after a few tries, and kind of focusing and kind of essentially the key that you find to getting there initially is the Gem of Chaos, as chaos is the problem over there, but still you can kind of like focus on the chaos and work with the gem and everything like that, and you kind of find a way through it essentially. And then once you make the trip once or twice, it becomes much easier. Essentially, you kind of start shuffling through it. So over the course of that week, you can finally make a trip there and back. And so as some others go to attune to it, they are a little worried, because obviously the difficulty and the consequences for failing are pretty horrendous, potentially. So they're going to take a little more time before they actually try to do it themselves, essentially. You can definitely help some of them and kind of work with some of the students and some of the faculty and other like folks there that can go do that. The fact that you're teleporting, however, to a ship and a potentially working airship that just needs to be modified is very much of interest to the group as well, as that could be definitely very helpful in going around and finding other things to go deal with. A lot easier than trekking across the ground and dealing with whatever's down there.
Just have to find a flying carpet and attach it up, don't we?
Yep. Essentially, yes.
If only we knew where to find one of those.
Sure
I mean, Amethyst is going to be... Yeah. You can definitely find one. You don't need to use Amethyst if you don't need to. It's up to you.
Use your Pegasus instead. I'm sure that'll do.
Man, you're still butthurt over that Pegasus, aren't you?
God, you never let that go, are you?
Nope.
Nope.
At least you know it, Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows.
Heavens forbid anyone should have anything that Amethyst doesn't have. Oh no.
It wasn't that. He kept it a secret. I don't care what he has, but he didn't share it. He's too secretive, and Amethyst doesn't like that.
Whatever.
Whatever yourself.
No, I know. It's so good. Again, you're able to definitely start working with some students, start working with some adventuring types who are definitely excited to kind of at least begin the idea of going back and forth and working to cleanse the Nightmare Lands. So that plan is like sort of put in the infancy stages at this point. Anything else besides back and forth or doing anything else?
If there is a festival going on in Raven's Crest, I'll pop back over with Lindra and we can spend some time there.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so it definitely is a festival. More just a big party essentially. So announcing the focal point being announcing the engagement of Amethyst Elia, and just sort of the celebration of successfully fending off a bunch of devils, and testing out the defenses and successfully. So there's that. And again, thanking all of the heroes that helped make that happen. Obviously, they would have been a lot worse off if it weren't for you, because dealing with Corwain and what was happening in the graveyard would have been well above their pay grades. So definitely also an appreciation for all of you and your efforts. Okay. So in the week there, how about who else wants to do in the week afterward? What you got? Go for it.
Well, over the next couple of days, I've got every intention of, firstly with Elia, speaking with Kiva and Gildor and letting them know our plans to make sure that they've got enough time to get here. ASAP, please, if you don't mind. I also want to message Delia and let her know the situation.
Delia? Delia, okay, yes.
Yeah. Also, I want to do a sending to Zorlos and let him know that the situation over there is better and that there are vampires over there and that it's a lot safer now if he does want to visit himself. And to thank him again for his help in getting there, and that was quite useful. And also, if it's possible, you remember Stalika, the Ifriti that we met that came over from the elemental plane of fire? I want to try and do a sending to him if I can also, and let him know the same thing, that it's a lot safer over there. The cauldron is now, it's still there, but it's, most of the things that are there are
He's definitely appreciative of the information. A little bit inscrutable, that one, as you don't know him very well other than the one meeting you met and the boon you received from him. But he seems thankful, but not overly interested, if that makes sense.
I'm not interested in thanking him. In fact, I want to thank him because I want to say thank you for the boon. It was really helpful, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm not asking for a reward or anything. Just wanted to let you know the situation.
He's appreciating the information. He seems content in his having his homeland not leaching the heat into the material plane, and able to do what he's going to do here. So also, at least for now,
I hope his dragon's okay.
He's fine.
After we nearly killed it.
I mean, it's good to let them have their fun occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
I want to contact the orcs over there and see how the rebellion went.
Okay.
Yeah.
The message you get back essentially from the context you had there, the people you knew. Well, the demons and devils are pretty much out. They're having difficulty with is the fact that the infernal rift is still there, but they've essentially blocked it. So when with a couple of sendings that are a bit garbled here, and we'll find out
for real, a bit garbled.
Yes, I know. Perfect timing for that, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. The sending comes through about like that.
Thank you, internet.
Essentially, yes, awesome. It keeps doing it now too. This is great. Okay, hopefully it'll stop that for now. The people that came through the Earth Elemental Rift essentially have just literally walled it off. Like they walled off the rift to the Hells. So while they couldn't close it, they've blocked it, and so nothing can really come through at the moment because it's just basically solid stone Yeah, they seem to be happy at least with the earth rift that's there.
That's
As the people
smart.
that have been coming through there are being very helpful in wiping out the rest of the devils and demons. So there's at least that. Their rebellion was successful, and the rift has been at least dealt with. And we time around the city, wanting to go anywhere else. What is Raz up to?
Every night before Raz goes to bed, he's going to go through the next day's itinerary. Because I'm sure Amethyst is going to be like, okay, we got to go here, we got to go there. And then don't bother me from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't knock on the door after midnight. And then basically, I am kind of curious, back and forth with the church, trying to figure out, and I know the party's coming up this week, so that'll give me an idea of just how important this is. I know it's important to the party that they solve this, but I'm just working on how important this was to, like, the continent and beyond.
Yeah. I mean, we must kind of throw some information out there, and I can answer too what the NPCs might say.
Maybe Lucas, when he's taking Amethyst to attune with the circles, we can take Raz to different cities and spend the day there and say, look, this is Pordoros, this is Stravia, this is Anil Karoon, and show him the sights, show him around. It'd be really good.
He certainly would tag along, and him and all he's still got all his stuff. He's not like walking around. He's pretty much, his life is on him right now, so he continues to carry it.
Well, you've definitely got a room. You've got a room where you can put your things. You can lock the door. Everything's safe there.
Yeah, he opens it. So when he's in his room, he opens everything up, sets it all up on the table, and in the morning he packs everything back into his folding boat.
Oh dear. I think we should buy him a whole wardrobe full of clothes. Let's do that. Let's buy him some new clothes.
And he's happy with the way he's dressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He washes his clothes more often.
Yeah.
Yeah, having clean water and everything, and materials to actually clean it well, are a thing. So yeah, in the week after, you kind of mostly spend time around the town, around the city of Raven's Crest, and kind of the outlying areas there. You'll find that, yes, there's a lot of lumber, a lot of woods to the north, a lot of trees, a lot of farms to the east. Kind of let's jump back to the city there for a moment. Lots of hunting, it goes on in various places. Hunters' camps in the north and to the west. At some point during the course of the week, and the airship will return there in this big little section to the south, as an airship looks very different than the one that you were on, that you saw over there in the Orc city, the ruined Orc city there. This one is more like a sailing ship with actual sails, both on the top and on the sides, that land, and you will see, obviously, the crew there will be very happy to see whoever Amethyst and whoever else is back. Although pretty much everyone else that worked with the ship there is off in other places. I will say
they're all invited to the wedding.
Of course, absolutely. They're very happy to be there. Plan to be there. They probably don't make it back in time for the celebration, but they make it back there afterwards, and obviously check in, offer their congratulations, and yes, they will be there for the wedding whenever that's going to happen there. Most of them want to be there for Sora's wedding as well, as they would have gotten. I'm sure they would have gotten an invitation as well. So they'll definitely want to be there for that as well. We'll just say at some point over the course of this week, somebody will let slip that Audrey is well, let's just say going to be having yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not really an official, like, they don't have an official wedding or anything else like that. She's kind of hinting that maybe there should be one, as she does have a mini Eldon on the way.
I'm going to slap Eldon on the back and say, I didn't know you had it in you. Good job, dude.
Didn't know he'd ever find anybody to love.
I didn't have it in me. It's in her, actually. See, that's how things work, you know. With
But it was in you first before you put it in her. So you know.
Right, of course,
Right.
yes. It was.
Eldon.
Yes. Yes. So, yeah. So, like I said, they didn't have an official wedding, but she's like been saying that there needs to be one at some point, and that it will happen somewhere down the road, before the little one is born.
You can have a double wedding with. Come on, let's do it.
I mean, she's like, I don't really want to kind of like it's your thing, and it kind of, but
all right, next week then. You should be doing it soon. Come on, dude.
It's like, and you're not sure who's like. Eldon is just like, he's like thinking too many things at once to kind of like a wedding. What? Huh? What? And she's sort of like, yeah, I guess that would be official then. Yeah, this would be yeah, sure, okay. It's more like someone's gonna have to kind of make them do it rather than them being excited and planning it themselves. So,
right. Okay. I can help with that.
Exactly. So, anything else over the week? Probably nothing major over the course of that week, at least. Everyone's doing their thing here. Athena, yeah, you definitely can get essentially a ride. We'll just say sometime after the festival, after the time there, we'll just have a quick trip with the whole group, and Esk. We'll take a trip down to Dravier, and just to kind of for our geographically challenged member of the group here who doesn't know this area. From here, at least one story you might go over to Port Oris, big coastal city with cliffside, very, very crowded, lots and lots of people, buildings that are like 100, maybe not, over 100 feet tall. 15, I think the tallest one is 16 stories tall. So a lot of them being 10 stories or so. Just these massive buildings everywhere, and people and streets, and just you never see this many people in one place.
No.
Ever.
I do some light sketches in my sketchbook of the buildings.
Absolutely, yeah. It's fascinating. Everything else that's done here. But that then was eventually a trip to Dravier down here on this massive lake. Beautiful, sprawling city. Not as vertical as Port Oris, but sprawling along the lakeside down here. And it's at that point that Esk will basically tell you, Athena, and whoever wants to, he basically brings out the rock and says, I can take you back to your home and visit for a bit, if you wish.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll have to make sure. We'll make sure. I do want to be back for Sora's wedding.
Right. Yes. No. It's just a quick stop in, make sure everybody's alive, and they know that I'm alive, even though,
Sure.
Seeing is believing.
Okay. So obviously it's the rock with Esk and Athena. Anyone else want to travel down to the mountains there, or are you gonna be doing your own thing? Obviously, this is the time when you realize that you don't have to stay together. You're not saving the
Mm.
world. You're not. You're kind of doing your own things and having your own life all of a sudden.
Mm.
It kind of comes down to, what do you want to do?
I
Mhm.
will
That what you
let
have to do.
Athena know that obviously she is more than welcome to come back and stay here whenever she wants to, for as long as she wants to. This, is your home too. But I'm not going to come with you. I've got too much to do here, and if I go now, Elia's going to kill me. So
I would say probably Elliot came to Dravier with you just because, she wants to
yeah.
find out the place, everything else there. In Dravier, you will find that, you do still own, you now still as well own the Corwain mansion is still yours.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
It
Well,
has
maybe-
been gifted to you essentially by the kingdom, and the fact that he's been dealt with. Yeah, let's pull that up. It's been a long time since we've seen that. I believe I have that.
You
It
know
has
who
been.
should live there?
Well, who?
We should let Kiva and Gilda live there.
I mean, didn't they originally?
Kiva more or less grew up there, didn't she?
Yeah.
And
That's
those two are a
right.
couple now.
Yeah. Just scroll up there. Let me ping the map as it moves it. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Yes. So right on the shores of the lake here, this massive villa.
Beautiful.
Yep. So yes, it is yours whenever you want it, and it's being watched over and maintained. By Lecter, some other members he knows.
I can't really understand what you're saying. You keep breaking up.
Sorry,
Mhm.
I
Yep.
know.
Not your fault.
I see it. Yeah. Is being watched over by Lecter Schulich and some of his associates to make sure
Right.
it's secure and clean, and whenever you kind of want to come and go. What were you about to say there, Lucas?
I was going to say, obviously in Dravier, we'll tell the Mages Guild that Mary's dead, and that Mordenkainen and Bigby, the spirits, if you will, their souls are free, so they might be popping back as they've got clones anywhere.
I
Definitely.
was also planning on. I've just written it actually.
Yeah.
Trying to reach out to find out if they have come back, because I would like to maybe speak with them as well.
Have that, and obviously also see who's because right now Raz is carrying Mordenkainen's staff. You guys have Bigby's book, and Athena's carrying the two items from Mel.
Yep.
So there's also some items that Rary had on him that you had as well. So his robe and
Mhm.
so yeah, there's they're definitely interested to see any information you have on that and anything else. Obviously, Jadan and the Lyceum in Port Oris has already been in touch with them. They're already kind of planning expeditions and kind of getting ready to kind of see what they can do in terms of gaining information and come back and discovering the already, even within a week or so of the announcement, they're already making plans. They're already trying to get things going there. And in fact, one person in your time meeting there, let me just pull them up here. We have good old Embardio, the one of the members of the Conjuration school there, is definitely interested in any chance of being able to teleport there. So Lucas, he'll be contacting you and picking your brain of like, how do we get there? How do we like whatever we can do to set up some way of getting back and forth from there. He is extremely eager to get some expeditions going. That you can have Parway at least open the path at least.
Yeah.
With that news, well, actually, Lucas.
Oh, yeah.
When this clears up.
I was saying, tell me not to summon any Avress if he does, because he almost died doing that once.
Yeah, he is definitely not doing that. That was Bernathi that did that. It was Bardio.
Bardio, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I didn't use
it was. Yeah. Bernathi was just a low level dude. Okay. One moment. I'm gonna fix this right now. Be right back.
Okie dokie.
You got it, dude.
We'll talk amongst ourselves.
No, it's a mess. I'll be right back. It's being dumb.
So,
yep, we got you.
If Mordenkainen and Bigby and Melf are still out there somewhere, they might want their stuff back.
I'm not giving it back. Not happening. If they want their stuff back, they are going to have to prove themselves to get it back from me, anyways.
Although,
but
if you clone yourself, does your clone have the same stuff that you have? I don't know how that works.
No.
No.
The items are special. So
I would imagine that they've already got one that they've made for their clone. Should they need them? Wouldn't they? I don't know.
They'd have something for clothes where their bodies are going to come up at. Yeah. I fully intended on going over, seeing parents, and then heading from there to Sora's house. Unless you're getting married before that.
Probably.
Are you getting married before
ASAP.
Sora is?
Probably.
So are you
ASAP.
Are you telling Sora?
I would obviously invite Sora to the wedding if she wants to come.
I don't think it's a want.
Maybe even send our teleportation whore over to get her.
Wow. I don't think she needs him anymore, honestly.
Okay.
I think she's got her own ways now. Remember, she's technically royalty now.
Yeah, there you go. Although we could get Esk to go over with the rock and fetch you. That would be really fun.
That would be loads of fun. Send Esk
Hopefully
and
the
Athena.
manticores will turn up and you're not swinging off the damn thing.
Fly over the dragon. Let's fly over the flying city with Athena on the back of a rock to pick up Sora to go over. I don't know that would go over well with the dragon people.
In pretty much whatever you guys want to do. Who is going to tell you no at this point?
I mean, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I will. So I was trying to say that Lucas and Bardio will give Lucas full access to Conjurer's Island, the teleportation circle there, as you're essentially. We'll pop that one up here too. It's been a long time since we've been there.
Wait, hold on. We got to go to the island.
Floating island.
Why did we get to go the last time? I thought they were like, no, because you're not people.
You were on the island. You couldn't use the circle. Yeah, you were there.
You couldn't change the circle.
Yeah. So effectively, yes, the Conjurer's Island here. I mean, Amethyst. Yeah, if you're not really a wizard, but yes, if you want to, and you've been a little less teleportation-y, but yes, they will absolutely based on your interest in going there. And if Ellie is there, she's gonna take a long look at this like weird tree in the middle here, and just kind of.
Hey, Bernie, look! It's a black and white tree with colorful.
You better shut up! I'll kill you.
So yeah, effectively, you got Conjurer's Island is also open to you guys in terms of we work with the conjuration specialist there.
Awesome.
And whatever they can do to sort of, because one thing about the conjuration specialist too is they're very interested in the rift themselves, obviously because of what it means and what it does, and so they will be instrumental in helping to close some of those rifts.
Good, because I can talk until the clouds come home, as Nance would say, about the rifts and everything, and the ones that are still open that we know there, and also the dragons that we've seen over there and stuff. And we saw 2 ice dragons, didn't we? 2 white dragons, and we saw a black dragon.
Mm-hmm.
We also saw a big fiery one through the thingy, but that got taken away by his master, Mr. Ifriti. So yeah, I'll fill him in on everything. We fought it till it was nearly dead, and then the Ifriti took him home. But yeah, I'll fill him in on everything. All of the rifts that we saw that still need closing and everything. And
effectively, the Wizards Guild themselves and the Conjurers here, especially there, will and this might be something that happens over the course of the next month. They'll kind of keep bringing you back there as they plan full expeditions and everything else. And so that's something that will kind of segue into the next month or so beyond here. But Athena, you and Esk are able to fly south from Dravier and go visit your family. Anything you want to do there specifically, or just visit? Or spend time?
It's visit and spending a little bit of time. Not much, because we got apparently Amethyst is getting married sooner than Sora is, and we need to get back.
Sure.
Well, I just said ASAP, as soon as we can. I'd do it tomorrow if you want to, but whenever Straver can do it, whenever we can get everybody together, however long it's going to take people to get here, and then let's just do it, because I've been away from her for so long, for most of the time that we've actually been together. So, I want to spend some time and just let her know that I'm here now.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to check in with my family, because I had heard that my sister had gone missing, and just probably see about tracking her down.
Sure. Something to do over the course of the next year for Athena. That's fine. That's excellent.
Yeah, my sister. She's my twin sister, by the way, Amethyst. I don't know if you weren't there. We didn't get to meet her because we were in the middle of that war. But yeah, she's a good one. She is so stupid. So stupid. She's dumb as a box of rocks. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe, Athena, you're from here, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it takes a few days, but effectively, what you find yourselves kind of doing at some point here in the course of that week, and then the course of the next month, it is going to be sort of a whirlwind of like, meet people here, boom, teleport to there. It's like you suddenly start like hopping around to crazy number of places, because you realize that for Esk and you, if you're here, it's really a short distance to get to Anul Karun right here, which Lucas can meet you at and teleport you somewhere else. So between sending stones and teleportation, there's pretty much nowhere you can't get to in a matter of matter of seconds for the most part there, like a matter of minutes. So Lucas, you kind of finding yourself being lots of sendings of you. Could you pick me up here? Could you meet me here and take me there? And
yeah.
Lucas's taxi service, essentially.
Do you know about this dude over here?
Once I learn teleportation circle and attune to those circles, though, I won't need to ask him anymore, and he can.
Yeah, you won't, but everyone else will.
Live happily ever after with Alindra. Oh no, because I don't mind doing it then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, after we get into the next part of this, Athena's not going to be using too much of the teleportation circles. She's going to want to actually travel by land and go do stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So let's just. So, is anything else you want over any last minute things over the course of that week afterwards? Anything else you want to do? So, kind of wrapping up with Athena and Esk heading over to their homeland. Lucas and Amethyst kind of heading back to their places with Raz in tow, and Raz. In the discussions there, you do know that there's plans to people going back to where you're from. And so, does Raz want to go back, or is Raz going to stay here now that he's away from that place?
Raz went there from this continent, but he just got lost there for a long time.
Gotcha.
So this is why he's asking everybody, how important was this whole Corwain thing, rift thing, to the continent? Because that's basically key for Raz's future.
Okay. So to kind of, I mean, they can interject here, but in terms of asking anyone around there, while they don't know that a lot of the details, the piece that, I mean, and this is where maybe some memories may come back at some, as you're here in this part of the world, there are fragments of history that you would have known if you're from this part of the world originally. Corwain and the Dark King, essentially 250 years ago, tried to take over this part of the world. And so the whole thing was that Corwain was part of that. And so what he was in the process of doing, potentially, was raising armies, demons, devils, undead, to come back and continue that work.
Okay. Yeah, Raz, small village, and didn't really care about things beyond the village.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah,
this is good for him to understand.
Okay.
So there's a chance that when I go back, if I go back, the more important people in the village would have more knowledge than I would.
Yeah. And depending what village you're from, I mean, obviously, so the dwarves of this continent, and it's looking at the maps, obviously Coppervale here is the center of
so
dwarves.
That's when we were chatting with the gnomes and the dwarves, you had said in Coppervale, so that's where we had set it up.
Yeah. The other thing, there are a lot of dwarven settlements down in the south part of the mountains here. There's some places down at the base, down this part here. There's different settlements among the mountains down here, like mining areas and other things like that the dwarves have settlements down in that part of the world as well. But those are the two places that essentially the primary place is up in Coppervale, and there's other little places of pockets of dwarves and other spots.
Right. It was the gnome population was a little bigger in Coppervale.
Very much so, yeah. Pretty much a lot of the flat lands in the middle of Coppervale are populated by gnomes, and surface dwarves, the hill dwarves and stuff like that. The mountains, the deep gnomes, all kind of in the mountain areas and the places down below.
Yeah, that's when we talked about it. That's how I ended up with Raz's backstory.
Gotcha. Cool. Then if there's nothing else there, let's look at the next month. Like, in terms of as things, if people kind of delving out and kind of doing it, getting in their own lives, moving their own things here. I will say, Amethyst, in your visit, Thora had 3 eggs. They are very silvery blue in color, which is somewhat unique. And over the course, now, and this is something I want to find out from Sora here, because I'm going to ask you there. Was the timing wise, were that egg going to hatch before or after the wedding? Because you would know somewhat, yeah.
After.
Okay, good. Well, good to know. So yes, so essentially there are 3 eggs. Thora looks pretty much back to normal when you do see her. I mean, I can't see Sora not wearing her armor once she can fit back into it.
No, Sora would have stayed in her armor as long as she possibly could have, and then felt naked until she could get back in it. Yes,
I kind of picture like Sora was still wearing the pauldrons of her armor, even though the belly was at the point where she couldn't. Still wearing the greaves and the boots of her armor and the arm guards, but yeah, just the midriff is open. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, I totally see that.
Sure, I'm sure she knows some good armorers.
I mean,
I'm sure.
She does, and like Eldon made her a set of armor that she could have just said, "Hey, Eldon, fix this for me," but at the same time, No.
Yeah, the Mizium armor that you gave back to him, you could have it reformed to fit you, regardless of your condition. So, you know what? I would say that at some point during that time, because you would have been in contact, he would have sent it back to you, saying, "Here, use this while you."
Very stubborn in her armor. She slept in her armor most nights, and it was not fun.
Yeah, I can't hear you there.
That's points of exhaustion if you sleep in your armor.
I know. She was willing to take it. Let me tell you, she hated being in and out of her armor like that. Ever since the fight with Shade.
Yeah.
Where it was, hurry up, let's get out of here. Well, it takes me an hour to put my gear on.
Oh.
No, it doesn't.
A couple of minutes.
Not with help.
No, not an hour.
She's gotta do her hair at the same time. Some makeup.
He knows.
Gotta trim.
So did we decide whether Sora got married first or had her eggs first?
So the eggs have been laid. The eggs have been laid. They're not going to hatch until after the wedding.
Right. Okay.
So that's what it is. So effectively, when you go to visit her, Amethyst, you will see the eggs. 3 of them, silvery blue in color, and I believe I can drop. Actually, I'll put you guys back on the main map because I want to. You'll see that.
Are the eggs the color that the dragons will be?
We don't know. We've never actually seen dragons hatch.
If you have a purple one, are you going to call it amethyst?
No, I'm not.
Damn it.
That is one thing that so in the course of the month, we'll just say here for Sora to kind of put that out there, because things have been happening in Drakal, and we'll kind of go to that. So we'll segue over to Sora and Drakal a little bit here, while other things are happening. For Sora, obviously spending time with Strolix and the child, the Bahamut.
He didn't. I thought he had a name. I remembered him. Listen,
I don't.
I remembered that, but I thought we gave him a name. The child, like he's Grogu or something.
Yeah, I don't have it right now. I'm trying to find it. I don't have his name.
Okay.
I'm just like, what was it? I can't remember. But anyway, yes, he has a name. And I'm like, it's not in my notes here. What the heck? So anyway, it's somewhere in here. I don't know.
Right, right.
But so he is growing. He is becoming much more. Obviously, he's always been showing more intelligence than a child of his normal age. Both because of his natural connection to Bahamut himself, but also he's being taught by a effectively ancient silver dragon lore keeper who's essentially training him. So librarian is still there and still being a part of Agiris and everything else. Drakal itself is undergoing a lot of changes as well. It has become much more open and accepting to anyone, including chromatic dragonkin, and some there are at this point there are no gemstone dragonkin who've resurfaced or become part of society.
Oh, that's sad.
They're pretty much centuries of them being gone. Now there are some children of gemstone dragonkin children that are being raised, and so you do know that some of them of varying colors and varieties are like being raised now. They're being watched and taken care of because they want to make sure there's no corruption among them, but they seem to be okay.
Well, we did pull a bunch out from the
saved. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So those eggs are hatching. Those children are being born. Some of the ones that hadn't fully been corrupted yet are being helped. And so gemstone dragonkin do exist. Just no adults are showing up at this point. However, some chromatics are showing up as word is getting out that Drakal has transformed. Especially Arius. Arius is, as in the aftermath of what happened there, devastated population-wise. And so many people, many different dragonkin of different varieties have moved back to Arius. It's becoming much more of of a mixed population. While there are gold dragonkin there, there's as somewhat the majority. Compared to the rest of the population that's in there, they are minority among the rest. So there's like 20% gold dragonkin and like 5 of this and 10 of that and 15 of this and 20 of this. And so
we should visit that island and tell all the dragonkin there that it's safe to go back to Drakor as well, because they hadn't been there.
They didn't want to leave.
They don't want to go there. They have a home. They have a tribe.
Some of them said that they wouldn't mind visiting because they had family still there and stuff.
Sure, visiting, but yes.
But like if they want to go back and visit, it's safe for them to do that now.
The word has gotten out to them at this point, because at this point, so in the course of the time since you guys left there, and it's been months at this point now, some ships had gone back and forth, and they are starting to trade with Stormspire, and with with the new tribe of Stormspire. So they're basically, yes, that has begun to happen. So yes, Drakor in general has become a much more diverse in their population, both of residents and visitors, as they've become a lot less. The xenophobia is slowly dwindling. Especially with a lot of the influence of Agiris, and the other queens that you allied with. So Drakor has undergone a bit of a transformation there. And what is Sora's role in this?
Sora was heading up the city that fell apart. Yep. She was rebuilding it, basically, adding orphanages in there, schools. She was setting up a house to call her own in there, and I wouldn't say like she meant to be a ruler, because that's totally not who she is, but somebody that the people can look up to and go to for asking questions if they needed help or anything. That's what she's there for.
Okay. And while you aren't, Sora's not fully taken charge of things yet. The influence has begun. Sora, you're finding yourself much more in terms of, you're on a like walk in and talk to any basis with the other queens, and while Strolix obviously is primarily staying in Agiris because of the child, and because your eggs are there and you're spending most of your time there. There's been a lot of back and forth. With Arius and trying to Arius, because Avress. Wow, Arius is a different place. Avress, gold. So Avress is starting to recover. It's a long ways off, but there's definitely between your and Sora's influence and other others as well. The rebuilding efforts and the repopulation and migration of people there is happening. So then at some point during this month, you will all convene for a wedding.
Amethyst or mine?
Oh, sorry. Actually, well, I guess Amethyst, you're gonna kind of push this ahead here. So you're trying to get married. Are you pushing to get married before Sora, or gonna wait until after?
As soon as we can. Honestly, okay. As soon as we can, because I just want Elliot to know that
Yeah. So in that case, before Sora. So after you see Sora and her eggs before the wedding, yes, we'll Amethyst and Elia. And are you going to push for Eldon and Audrey to get married before you, or are you going to wait until after them?
Huh?
At the same time. Let's get Eldon married at the same time.
No, but I'm going to have Audrey very much involved in my wedding.
Sure.
And I'm going to be putting pressure on Eldon every day, like, you should ask her, you should ask her, you should ask her. Like,
okay. Yeah.
You can't just, sow your seed and that's it. You have to,
Okay. Well, in that case, essentially, they will have made it officially that they're going to get married. And so, but Amethyst kind of you lead the charge essentially. So, Then tell me then, what is Amethyst and Elia's wedding like? I mean, just whatever. Okay.
Listen, whatever. Honestly, I don't care if it's just two of us and one person saying, "All right, you're married now," or if it's a whole big. I don't care. Whatever Elia wants. I'm not like a dead girly girl. I'm not really bothered. But I love her, and I want her to know that. But whatever she wants, and like I'm sure that her family and everything will be involved in all of that. And
Amethyst is a typical groom for the groom. Then, so the whole thing is
Uh-huh.
wants whatever.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you're taking that role at this point. Whatever you want to do, I'll just be there to say I do. So,
I guess.
So,
but I'm not the groom.
No,
I know
the
this.
girl.
I mean, yes. Well, in that case, there's no way it's not going to be a big deal. It's going to be one of those things of the town and who you are and who she is and who everyone else is and what's going on here. It will be a big deal. I mean, it won't be like foreign dignitaries coming in there, although you may see a couple people that show up there you're kind of surprised about.
I invite Delia.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I will say that, yeah. So I assume then Sora will be there, along with various people. I think most of the townsfolk, especially the ones that you've dealt with and had close ties with in the past, there will all be there essentially. In terms of other people that would show up there, Lucas and Alindra, I would assume, would be there, along with Nils and Janan and Danlin. Just make the trip because it's super easy for them. Let's see, who else might just show up? I'm not gonna make any rolls here, but I'd say, you're busy, but Lucas, you've got a high passive perception. And while you're there, you will spot a short figure in a dark coat and a hat, sort of in the shadow, out of the way, watching what happens. You will also spot a among the crew, actually probably showing up with Janan, and kind of hanging out a bit with the crew of Serenity that are all there for the wedding there. Torben would be there.
If they don't come to my wedding and speak to me, I'm going to be pissed with them. If I find out later that they haven't come to say hi, I'm going to be mad because I didn't even know that he was out of jail. So if he's out of jail and he hasn't come say hi, I'm be pissed with him.
Well, you're too busy to spot him there. So
yeah, well, if I find out, that's what I'm saying. If he hasn't said hi and I find out later, he's going to be getting lots and lots of messages from Amethyst with a torrent of abuse, just like, you fucker, you come to my wedding, you don't even say hi. How dare you? At least come and give me a hug, you bitch.
I mean, the fact that
a little butthurt you put him in jail. I mean,
there is that. Yes, I mean, he's like, I'm not. At the same time, if it got back to you, and of course, that will be a sort of a course of the year thing that would go on here. Is that you will find out that yes, Trevor was released from prison. He is actually, we'll just kind of give his story a bit of an ending here, in that he essentially has been pressed. He is now working for the military again, and he is actually there with Faendal, Faelden, the ranger in this region, sort of reporting into him, and he's essentially, well, it's one of those things where he doesn't show up. He doesn't talk to you during the wedding because he doesn't think you'd want to talk to him. But eventually, yes, he would essentially, if he knows that he's not going to be, if he knows it is welcome, he would definitely speak to you at that point. I mean, he's still very wary because yes, you guys put him in jail, and he spent a good almost a year, actually, well, about 6 months in jail in various situations that you have know nothing about.
Sure.
And so it's one of those things of he kind of hangs back out of the way, just doesn't want to intrude, doesn't want to be a part of the festivities so much, but wanted to be at least be a part of it and be there. And one thing over the course of that month, and near the end of that month, just so we know timing wise here, it will be Needs Fest, which marks the 1 year anniversary of the group forming.
It's Sora's birthday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, so with that, a lot. I mean, obviously, other people will be there at the wedding. Beyond that, just to kind of so, Delia, and you realize that partially that Trevor is there because at sort of like Delia's insistence too, is he works for he is a ranger reinstated, but under observation and everything else. Mabel and Ironar and Perrin would be there for your wedding, just because of how important you guys are to what they've learned and experienced with you. And yes, Gildor and Kiba would be there as well. They would not miss it. They have the resources to be able to get anywhere because you realize that. I mean, Kiba's a longtime thief and adventurer, and he's from a rich family, so they can arrange travel however they need to get there. So they would be there as well. Interestingly enough, let's see who else we got here show up there. Those are the main ones you're gonna see. Anyone else who would definitely show up there? Who would Sora bring with her to the wedding?
The child, Strega, and Sereth, and then Strolux.
Okay. So so among there will be definitely a bit of the Dragon King contingent as well. And Sora, it'll be Sora's chance to actually meet up with her retainers again there, because Iris and Catherine and Reese would be there as well. So.
Didn't they get with her?
No. Nope. She released Catherine because Catherine and Reese belong to Tundra, not to Sora.
Yep. And they sort of they actually live in Raven's Crest. They actually settled there.
And Iris belongs to Sora, but she left Iris there to help maintain the house for the rest of the party. So Iris is still there.
Yeah, Iris was sort of like the caretaker of the house. And so yeah. Invitation wise, Amethyst, I mean, so you're sending the word out to folks here for are you inviting people or just letting word of mouth bring people along?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely inviting people. Yeah, I use all of my spell slots every day to just invite people.
Would you invite Grimbar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm still not getting in his house, but you can come here.
Sure. So Grimbar and his lady friend would be there because having arranged travel and gotten there. So eventually a large group. Essentially, it's done in the town square because the only place large enough really to house everything. The Strava would go ahead and oversee it for the most part. She has the most contact with all of you as well. And of course, the Baron being there to give away the bride. And how much effort would you put into getting your own family there, Amethyst?
I would message them to tell them that I'm getting married. I would tell them where I was getting married, and I would tell them that if they're not too busy, they could come if they wanted to.
Okay. I mean, as you are, I would say, we're tales of what you've done, because I mean, this is what Tabaxi do. They trade stories and histories and everything like that of what you've been doing have Especially what you did in Drakal would have definitely gotten out to everyone there. and the fact you actually met a relative while you were in Drakal there. Was it your brother was in Drakal that you ran into, or a cousin? It was somebody you ran into somebody in.
Dravia? Dravia?
It was Zinkrel.
Stinkrel. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember now.
Cousin or
it
brother?
was like my cousin, I think.
Cousin. Yeah. Okay. So again, story would have reached them there. And we'll just say that yes, given enough time, they would have arranged for some sort of way to travel. And for the first time in well over a year, you'll see some of your family, and you can choose which ones would be there. As I don't know how you set up there. Lucas, someone else you know that is going to be there as well, just because it's a big party. Excelvion and would show up there with Lork there, just because hey, it's a big party with people they know and lots of other famous people that are there. And various other people you've run into in the past, in terms of just famous folks that you've helped or been a part of their lives in some way or other. So
does Lucas come with Alindra?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You sort of have like Lucas, Nils, Alindra, Janan, Dalen, kind of in a bit of a group there, because obviously Alindra having ties to Nils, and Dalen works at the shop, so there's definitely sort of a group there, somewhat sticking together. So just lots of clusters of people, and so the party afterwards is just this massive, like, all night affair of just like drinks flowing and food and music happening. I mean, you've got various high-level bards just leading up lots of music and performances and everything else, keeping things going well into the night, as a wonderfully festive atmosphere takes place. Raz, again, this is crazy. The number of people here. There's also a dog all over you. So
yeah, it's a very large civilization.
Yes.
He knows they exist, but
yeah,
doesn't really travel to them.
It's more just the idea of this many different people, and you recognize powerful people as well. These are a lot of high level people that are showing up as well.
They have fancy clothes,
fancy gear,
carriages,
yes, or various things. So yeah, you definitely see lots and lots of people showing up there. Athena and Esk, I assume, would make it as well, and obviously the group there. And somewhere in that, Esk will let you guys know that after Sora's wedding, he's got things he wants to do. He's going to go off and travel and do something different with his life.
Yeah, give my love to Zorlos.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, he doesn't specify, because you guys have made your wishes known about what he's joked around about here. But with the higher enough insight, you kind of have suspicions of what he might be wanting to do down the road, if not. So
I actually said he can do what he wants to, but he's not traveling with us. So if he wants to go off and do it, that's up to him.
That's the thing. It's like, you guys aren't traveling together anymore, so you're all in your own life.
Yeah.
He's gonna make his own way.
But can vampires fly?
Not technically.
They can turn into bats and stuff, though, can't they? So can we have the rock back?
I think they're just batty.
No,
he's not giving it back.
Oh, I thought Esk was only holding on to it. Okay.
He was. He was giving it back.
Yeah, if you want it back, he will return it. He'll find some other way of getting around. It's not a problem. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. The idea of like him like traveling all the nightmare lands on the rock would be hilarious too. So he will find some other mode of travel. So it's like he finally, yes, I'll give it back. I understand. So The month will close out very close to Sora's birthday with the wedding for Sora. So, in between Amethyst's wedding and Sora's wedding will be Eldon's wedding, who they make sure it's a very small affair because neither of them wants a ton of people there, especially after seeing Amethyst. Eldon's like, I don't want that many people there. No, too much there, too much. But the two of them will definitely have a very small, very nice, somewhat private wedding to make it official. But the month will close out with Sora's wedding in Agiris.
Yep.
Okay, in Agiris. Obviously, not everyone at Emma's wedding will be at Sora's wedding because Sora, again, getting there is a little bit harder, and not everyone's has the same capabilities. But whoever Sora does want to be there, it will be a very strangely grand affair.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so big, so big.
Yeah.
Like your wedding, while it was big and it was great, it's gonna be massive.
Yeah, like you realize that like in the time that since Sora has left the party there, Sora's become important.
Mhm. Yeah.
And we'll just put it out there that as part of this ceremony, the other 4 queens are basically going to put Sora as the 5th queen of Avress.
Shut up. No. Okay.
Only because like no one else is going to be able to do this. And it's a symbol, and the captain of the new Queen's Guard will be the Gold Dragon friend of yours.
The one I never trusted.
The paladin
You never trust the Paladin of Bahamut, who essentially they just like, no, this person is going to be like, what? No. And so yes, Gethronosh will be essentially he essentially requested the post. The fact that he is a gold dragon and the fact that like essentially there essentially has sworn himself to be the captain of the guard for Avress for Sora.
I mean, if we're being honest, Sora never trusted him, but that makes her trust him more now. Because even though she didn't trust him, he hung around. He did what he needed to do. He stuck up for her. Yeah, so she trusts him more now.
Oh yeah, and now he's also swearing himself to the child as well.
As every paladin should.
Yes, as he recognizes. Well, he doesn't know specifically. He recognizes something that's there that needs to be protected and everything else. So. So the wedding, so Drakal will have its 5th queen, and Avress will be officially sort of the that's not no longer really the capital. They're not really, before Avress was always sort of the largest and sort of the capital of the other ones there, and it's really becoming more. There are 5 individual city-states that are equally ruled among the queens. They are essentially all pledge themselves to the protection of each other, and to eliminate the atrocities that have been taking place for the last centuries because of the influence of the Grasping Void. That has become widespread knowledge among there, what was happening, why it was there, what it was done. And the only dark spot of a grand, wonderful event celebration there is the appearance of chromatic dragons in the sky, flying like actual chromatic dragons, along with a few metallic dragons as well. And Librarian will essentially inform you that, yes, some of the younger dragons have come back into the world, and some of the chromatics have come back into the world as well. There are rumblings amongst our people that the material plane is safe once more, and they have returned. Some will be benevolent, but some, I'm sure, will not. We will have to be vigilant and aware of which ones there are around. But we will do what we can to make sure Dracol itself is safe. Those that I know, those that I can reach out and contact, we will have protectors, benefactors, and defenders against anything that would try to harm our lands, and beyond, if possible. Dragons have come back to Avress.
And that's a good thing, right?
And there's a rumbling voice in Sora's head that
Again. Yep.
they return along with the influence of myself and my counterpart.
Of course.
She will exert influence in the future. But this land, I will watch over. And I have a feeling that Sardior will as well. He awakens, finally. His mind restored once more. Thanks to you and your friends.
I don't know to be amazed or shocked or what. Sora's speechless. For the first time ever, she is speechless.
Yes, so Sardior has been restored. Tiamat is back in the world, but so is Bahamut. And dragons have returned to Avress.
You can't have one without the other.
Effectively.
Said that the whole season.
Yep. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a quick break because it's about that time. We're a little short, but we'll go ahead and take a quick break here. And we come back, we'll kind of wrap up what will happen in the next year. So, be back soon. And we're back. Well, we are jumping. So essentially, the big event in the month or so after there being Thora's wedding, and just sort of a culmination of events there in Drakal. And at this point, everyone is sort of like kind of wrapped up their immediate goals. In that month, I didn't ask here because I know in the weeks or so, Lucas, has Lucas started making trips back to Nightmare Lands, or has Lucas been doing something else instead?
He's only making trips back to kind of set it up for other people, really.
Okay.
If you go, I want to go too.
You're busy.
I know, but that whole, those people who were living underground, I would love for them to know that they can go to the surface now, and like, the orcs and
The
stuff. I would
drows?
love.
Yeah, the dwarves living under. Oh no, okay, yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's going to take place over years. That's something you just do in the next month or so. So essentially, things will start being set up there. And so, if that's the case, there it's like bringing people there. They're essentially some of the adventurers starts clearing out the devils and the imps that are still in there. Because obviously, if you're teleporting back to the ship. There's devils in that city. What you'll find out in the month or so afterwards there, the orcs, a lot of the orcs, the rebels and stuff like that, will move back in to reclaim that city. They're moving back in to sort of like get rid of those devils and clear it out. And while they're not really interested in just living in the city, having it there and having it cleared out seems to be becoming important to them. Like it's a bit of their lost heritage, and while it's all pretty much a useless ruin, it sort of becomes a symbol for them, at least, to kind of consolidate and clear out the problem of what happened down there. And with the so they eventually sort of leave the cauldron and start roaming the plains again and start moving out across there. And in those trips back to there, the landscape around the cauldron will definitely be changing as the chaos of what was there is much less than it was. The Eventually, over the course of that month, enough skilled people will show up to close the rift to the hells. And even though it was blocked off, it was still there. And with that, essentially that whole region in the cauldron there gets taken over by a strange group of dwarves and gnomes and things like the Galabdur that you met in the caverns underneath the necropolis. The Galabdur that had rescued the crystal dragonkin boy that was watching over him. Earth elemental type creatures there have kind of moved in and taking over and transforming the cauldron into more of a community, to more of a city, and less of a strange work camp / like base of evil operations. And so effectively they sort of are asking to leave the Earth Gate alone as they are using it to sort of transform bring those elementals back and forth and kind of have a city kind of in the half in the elemental plane of Earth and the material plane in the cauldron. Kind of becomes a sort of like a planar nexus, essentially, to the plane of Earth. With that, so of course of that month, there are some more adventuring types. There are some more wizards and casters will move into that area, kind of stabilizing it and helping the orcs sort of resettle and start taking over the southeast region of what was the Nightmare Lands. The continent of Tagash is essentially starting to be less of a hostile place in some ways. Only one small part of it.
Yeah.
So then let's kind of spread some more long-term goals here, looking toward the next year of what we see happening for the group. Things you want to put in place. I will say, Esk has gone off on his journeys and kind of bid you all goodbye, and he'll see you again someday, hopefully. Never really telling you his exact plans, although some of you have your suspicions. He's never confirmed and denied them, really. Lucas, you will know that actually he did go through with one of the groups to the Nightmare Lands and decided to stay there.
Okay.
Did not go up to Zorloth or up to there. He actually went back through with the groups there, and stories will filter back to you of him working with them for a while and organizing a group to head north to go cleanse the Dreadlands, and take care of all the weirdo tribes up there, and we'll eventually maybe visit a certain city to the north.
Yeah.
So, what do we see for Lucas initially then?
Once it's all sorted, well, yeah, once they're sending groups over there to close the rifts, as far as he's concerned, that's part of the story done.
Mm-hmm.
He's quite happy to just settle down.
Yep.
With Alindra.
Okay. One thing I'll throw out there is that Excelvion will basically enlist Lucas's aid at being sort of a contact, let's just say, in Port Oris and the areas around there, as he's always looking for more information from other places. You know, him being the spy master essentially that he is. So definitely keep that sort of connection alive, and as essentially you're going to be pretty much on par with him power wise, if not a little bit more powerful based on your gear. That he essentially enlists you as a member of his spy network, let's just say. If more of a regional sort of informant of the area there, and kind of helping to keep tabs on things and any problems that might arise that needs to be dealt with or anything else, he would like to know about it.
He's going to be popping around with Amethyst and so she can get all the teleport places marked.
Finding new ones, establishing new teleportation areas.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a chance to do all of that. Okay, excellent. How about Wrath? What is Wrath going to do over the course of the year he has now back in the areas he is? What do you see for him?
After the wedding, we go back to the Raven's Crest. Basically, that's their main city.
Some of them, yeah. Amethyst especially.
So Lucas goes back to Port Oris.
Sure.
And so this is like the months or the year? This is what I'm
This
trying
is sort of
to
the year afterwards, yeah. Basically, the Sora's wedding was sort of the culmination of the month afterwards, and so now we're into what happens over the course of the next year beyond that, essentially.
Yeah, so he would have returned back to Raven's Crest probably a month and a half, 2 months tops. He would have just sat in his room with his stuff out on his desk back and forth to the church, and then he would eventually work up the courage to head home.
Is that the Copper Veil?
Back to Copper Veil, see what happens.
Okay. During that time, you will just to kind of help with that. At some point, someone will get the brilliant idea of making sure that you have a connection with Mabel and Ironar from Port Oris, who Mabel Amberbrow is a noble of Copper Veil, and Ironar is essentially a high-level merchant / rogue. He has a lot of the more seedy contact where she has the nobility contract, but they seem to be very, very close. And also dwarves. And so I know if you're going back to Copperville, you have to deal with that at some point because that's where the dwarves live. So
yeah, but so
it's going to take some time.
Avoid noble dwarfs like the plague.
Yeah. The thing about it is,
he would get introduced.
Mabel's
but
lovely.
Yeah. So essentially, seeing that Ironar will be the one contacting you mostly here, and he is very much like a merchant prince / smuggler / whatever, and so he'd be the one sort of contact you the most there and kind of help you where you need to go, get a chance to get back in the Copper Veil and sort of like figure out where you need to go. I will also say that at some point, although you don't want to go back, you will learn that the person you're looking for is in the cauldron. The picture you've been carrying around forever. The person you were sent to go find.
Doing goofy things in the cauldron.
Well, the caves that you were seeing were essentially not on the material plane. They were in the plane of Earth. And they were essentially, well, we'll just say that they were actually among the group coming out of the plane of Earth in the cauldron there, resettling it. And so somewhere down over the course of time, obviously not right away, but it may take a year, it may take even more. But you will finally meet the person you were sent to find so long ago. As some of the dwarves and or gnomes and other races that are taking up residence in the cauldron will be found once more. And obviously, with a folding boat and everything else, that I mean, a place far away from the dwarven nobles, way up here on the green cliff of the northern part of the Copper Vale, is actually a coastal. Copper Vale's only coastal coastal settlement, other than the one that's over here. These two are their own. This is Silverwell or Silverport, and this one I believe is just I can't remember the name of the place anymore. But it is basically on the coastline there. Lots of trees and farmlands around the area up there, and they essentially are a trade port. So a little folding boat can be used along the coast, the cliff there, as much as you want.
Yeah.
Far away from the dwarven noble, that's for sure.
Is there a part during this to explain the backstory, or should I do that
Absolutely.
before he leaves?
I mean, I would love to go ahead and it's something over the course of the year you would share with other people here. So go ahead and let's get that out there now. Go for it.
So the whole issue with Raz and why he is the way he is in the player's handbook, page 20. If a gnome does anything stupid, let me get the right words. So a dwarf who misuses or brings shame to his clan is stripped of the name and forbidden to use it by law, and cannot use any dwarven name in its place. So that's why when you gave him Razimir Anvil something at the time,
Anvil
we
Shield.
ran into the dwarves, Anvil Shield. He couldn't stay with the Anvil Shield because that sounded too dwarvish. So when he left his village in Coppervale and made it to this godforsaken land, I mean, with the nightmares and all the other stuff, demons, devils. Within the first month, he lost his grandfather's mace. He lost his family shield, and so he feels he disgraced his family. So that's why he no longer used his name. The other issue that he had when he started screaming about anybody with pikes, the black pikes. So he's from a famous, well, not but a fighting clan of dwarves. They're battle dwarves. They're a clan of them. Their clan name is Black Pikes. So the Black Pikes are always off saving the world, always off doing something to save the land, to rescue the villains. Not the villains, the towns from
Defeat
the villains. Defeat the villains. So he just wanted to grow up, be a stonemason, build ovens, build taverns, build lighthouses, which he's never seen. So his family wanted him to get into more of the military aspect, but he just wanted to be an everyday shopkeeper, which for dwarves there's no problem with that. He was engaged to be married to a gnome girl who had visions of her brother with a bunch of orcs. They had some drawings, which I kept trying to show to somebody, but it was too busy. So the shipping company, the kid was stolen. The two kids, one of them was stolen when they were small, goes missing. The name of the shipping company is the big thing about the name for Azus enemies. The name of the shipping company actually is All Shores United Shipping, so it's ASUS is on the side of the box. And when the orcs find him, that's how they name him Azus. So the little girl, his girl that he's going to marry, sends him off. He's there for 30 years, basically is losing his mind. During the course of the time he animated Shield, he gave the Shield his first name. So that's Stavrock, so he's Stavrock Blackpike.
His actual name.
Is his actual name. And now he doesn't know if he doesn't think he can ever use it again. I know he's been going around and everybody's like heroes and everything else because maybe that'll save face, maybe it won't.
You've saved the world. You've saved the world.
But he's been learning that as we travel around.
Mm-hmm.
He's not 100% certain that his town will know that when he gets there.
Oh, we'll tell them.
So it's whether or not he gets there and they give him, they acknowledge, he has to be acknowledged by his family with his name.
Can you spell your first name? Or the first name that you're not allowed to use?
THAVROC. Thavrock.
Savrock Blackshield, you said.
Black Pike.
Or Black Pike, sorry.
Those people with the pikes they're always saving everybody. He didn't want to grow up to be a hero. He didn't want nothing to do with going around fighting and killing. He just wanted to build taverns and ovens. That's basically the whole story for him. And the gnome little girlfriend is actually a pastry chef. Yay!
Oh.
And she's the one who has all the dreams and starts straight making the drawings.
So at some point during the retelling of that information through your companions and kind of as things are coming back to you as you're back in the part of the world you grew up in, an important discovery will take place over that time. Because I know one of the things that was discussed was finding the other fragments of Athena's soul.
Yes.
And a very interesting bit of information that comes out from that. I'm going to go ahead and drop that one out there. Because I just did this.
Yeah. So, I have a shattered soul that is a dwarf. And I've been trying to connect with him. And his last name is Blackpike. So I guess we're going to go see your people to find my shattered soul.
Well, that's the question that I wanted to ask is, when Rary fell and I felt like a thread between me and Athena, if I felt anything similar on being reunited with Elia and Gildor and Kiva, if that was apparent.
They didn't feel something as strong as you did. So you were ground zero when it happened there, and that thing there. So, they felt kind of similar, like very, very faintly, and so nothing strong there.
Okay.
But effectively in the story of that, essentially because Athena knows Dwarven,
I do.
and has always heard and gotten bits of conversations and images and flashes of dwarves and enough to get the knowledge of the language. Yes, so one of Athena's shattered souls you can track down over time there. Maybe with Raz, at some point there, is a member of the Black Plight clan who worked for the Dwarven Merchants Association. One Droldar Blackpike. Weirdly enough, it's the thing about Shattered Souls, and Amethyst, you're aware of this, is that the connections that happen that aren't fully connected. They are weird little nexuses in fate because of the connections they have and the weird, just broad, the information they have. They just sort of draw in things. Maybe not directly, but the fact that by any weird coincidence, that a member of a family of one of the Shattered Souls, one of Athena's Shattered Souls, would encounter you. It is the way that fate sort of reaches out and forms connections in some way that don't make sense. Almost the same as the connection you form with Athena in the same way. why that even happened.
The fact that she bumped into Kiva before meeting me and stuff, and
Yeah.
and how I met Kiva and Gildor completely by accident. I know I went to find Elia, but the other two, I stumbled across them. So
And I'll just say, part of the reason you're able to track down Dreldar is the fact that Kiva also knows him. All of her time spent in the mountains among the dwarven settlements in the mountains. It's a weird, like, coincidence thing of like, yes, Kildor knows. Like, when the Black Pike name goes, I know a Black Pike. He works for he works as a guard with the southern like mining operations in the Silver Spine Mountains.
wow.
And so, it may take more time to track down others, but they're out there. Some in more remote areas, some in maybe hidden, but they're out there. And so there's definitely a chance to find some more over the time. And the dwarf looking for so is Raz going to try to meet up with his longtime gnome girlfriend there?
Well, when he gets back to the village, I'm sure everything will happen when he gets back there, because he's pretty much just gonna
It's been
walk into the village.
Been decades since
Go
he
back
left.
into the middle and finally take that silly hood off his head.
And so over the course of that year afterwards there, you'll learn of the person you were hunting for is in the cauldron, is living among the orcs and or other denizens of that place, having made a home there.
Nice.
So who wants to go next on their year wrap up or progress, essentially? What do you see yourselves in a year? Yeah, Amethyst and Athena left.
I guess I'll go. We'll wrap Sora up first. Sora's gonna do a bunch of stuff and have her kids, obviously.
Yeah.
Hopefully a mix of boys and girls.
Yep.
And then just, roll day to day, making things better as she does.
Mm-hmm.
Athena is going to go searching with whoever wants to go with her to find the rest of her shattered souls, and also see if she could possibly find Melf.
Yeah. I will say that
Melf?
finding Melf is not going to be possible. His soul is gone. He cannot come back. Yeah, because because you wouldn't exist if he could be found. However, in the searching and the connection you have, obviously being a part of Melf, you will meet a very stern and very powerful individual that you recognize from your visions there, and you will meet Mordenkainen, who has returned back to the world, who essentially is searching for his companions that have been set adrift there, and found you because of your connection to Melf. And we'll just say part of your search might be aided by him in terms of finding other shattered souls. He's got a lot to learn about the world in the almost century that he's been away, essentially, and locked in and unable to do anything.
Right.
Things have changed a lot, and so having a strong arm, having an ally, and something to do seems to be something he can hear. And he lost his staff. He can make another one. he can do a lot more things around the road there. He can cast his mansion whenever he wants. Staff is a shortcut for him. So
we might know where that is.
He's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
He's not alcoholic.
I also, during all of that, all the process of running around and trying to find things, years and years down the line, Athena might find somebody. settle down. Not necessarily have kids, but just settle down.
Sure.
I'm sure it's been a great time between Amethyst and our newfound friend Brasmere, and kind of just eventually at some point part ways because Amethyst is married and does need to get back to.
I'm still going to be traveling around. That's why I want Lucas to show me the teleportation circle things, because I want to be able to go and do stuff and get back home in time for tea, so the wife doesn't knock me out.
The wife. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, there is the fact that tabaxis don't stay put for long. I mean, it's
I grew up in caravans traveling all over, so
yeah.
That's not going to stop.
Yeah, effectively, you just have a much more effective mode of travel than your family did. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't see Athena ever truly finding roots. She's gonna travel, and she'll die traveling on the road with whoever it is that she's with.
Sure.
Well, I'm very happy to help with the Shattered Soul thing, because that's what I want to do in my retirement. That's what I want to do. I want to find more Shattered Souls. I want to, have the I want to be the hub of that. I want to be the way that people can, if you're a Shattered Soul, contact Amethyst, and we can get you all in touch with everybody that we found so far and find the people for each other. And that would be just amazing to do that, because obviously Amethyst met Elia, she's met Gildor, she's met Kiva, and we don't talk about Wraith, but
All right, Bruno.
Yep.
But he's the Bruno of the family. But that's been really valuable to Amethyst, discovering who she was and finding out that she wasn't some crazy kid who hears voices in her head. They're actual people, and they're more family to her than her own family have ever been to her, which is why she's all like, you can come if you want to the wedding, but whatever.
Yeah.
She wanted Kiva and Gildor there, and she's marrying Elia, so they're the important ones, and she wants that for you. She wants that for everybody, and she wants to find them all. And
she's a Pokemon catcher.
No, it's not. No, it's not Pokemon. It's
it's the same thing. You got to catch them all.
A strange form of matchmaker, in a way. Not so much like not so much for I mean, forming the connections. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, also, are you experiencing dreams? Are you experiencing voices? Are you hearing things, seeing things even? Are you, having visions? Are you doing all of these things? There is, these people that you're hearing in your head, you might not have a mental disorder. You might actually be speaking with real people, and they might be out there looking for you, and let's help you find them all. And it's not really about matchmaking. It's more about.
I don't mean matchmaking in the romantic sense. I mean matchmaking in the connections you have with people that you have an unexplained connection to. Yes. That's what I mean. Yeah.
But like letting people understand what the whole Shattered Soul phenomenon is, and and letting people know they're not crazy. Because Amethyst always felt like she was crazy. She always felt like she was shunned by her parents and hidden away from family and from anybody that came, like, oh, Amethyst, go and do something over there so these people don't see you talking to somebody who isn't here and stuff. And it was all like a little bit kind of, she was always a bit of a secret. And so when she broke free and actually found out that this person whose voice she'd heard from very, very young was actually a real person that she could touch and that she could talk with, and eventually marry, was pretty, important to Amethyst.
So the biggest breakthrough that Amethyst will discover in the time that she has comes from a very unlikely, from a very unsuspected place. The Temple of the Raven Queen.
Knew it. You had a deity.
No, not so much that she's going to become a cleric or priest like that. The Raven Queen is the one who safeguards the souls that pass on. That safeguards, that watches over those who pass on. And an important thing that Amethyst will discover is that some shattered souls haven't been born yet. some are still in the strange motes of energy in the Shadowfell that are pieces of soul that haven't yet coalesced to form that, to reform and be reborn. And Amethyst, we'll just say that over time, with a connection with Strava and the temple being that close to your home, the discovery will come about that those souls, once they coalesce, that's when they can finally reincarnate and be born again into the world. And again, they are born in multiple places because they are not a complete soul. They are a fragmented piece of soul. But when those pieces bump together, when they come together, they are all born at one time in various places. And so you will find others. You will help others. Not all of them are going to be the connections like the ones that you have. Even Athena, some of the connections that you have are going to be not ones that you're going to want to spend time with, or because there are others out there that not quite as bad as Wraith, but those ones that see those connections and are driven almost mad by those voices and everything else, and maybe beyond help by the time you find them. But that they're out there and that you can help the ones that you can become a rather noble and interesting calling. We'll just kind of point out that over time, Mordenkainen and Bigby will both come back into the world. Will eventually find their way back to Dravier, becoming members of the Wizards Guild again, and sort of reestablishing their power and knowing of what's going on in the Nightmare Lands, and the fact they never got the chance to do what they wanted to do over there, will join the expeditions to go to cleanse the Nightmare Lands and kind of and become a part of that. And it will become a very long-term and expedition and mission, essentially, to cleanse and retake the Nightmare Lands. Deal with whatever is still there. So, I think we come to a close as Lucas, the spy master of Port Oris, and connected to the wizards and bards and lore keepers of the world, essentially. Amethyst, the wife of the essentially Baroness of Raven's Crest, a place that will continue to grow in power and influence and wealth over time. And the one that helps the shattered souls of the world. Athena, the adventurer who continues to travel and go out there and find adventure and do good things and do crazy things and help wherever she decides. Raz, who settled finally in a place, his mission accomplished. And though the dark times will never be gone entirely, a measure of peace at last, and a chance to do good things in a small way, in a place where of your choosing, and friends and connections that you'll always have. Esk, who will also become a force of change in the Nightmare Lands, as well as he does become a vampire, and essentially works through the city of Yorlok, expanding the influence there, clearing it of the other corrupted influences and undead, but also then eventually cleansing the elven homeland up there of the undead that were there. The dark elves able to to move to the surface somewhat again, to retake the lands that were overtaken by ghosts and undead. And with the help then of Zorloth, who can come home finally and do that as well. And reestablish retake and cleanse the elven homelands of the north. And Thora, of course, helping to rebuild and transform the nations of the cities, the nations of Drakal. Eldon becoming the absolute massive nerd with a ridiculous number of kids that will eventually not fit in the house anymore and have to be overflowing to another house of their own, essentially. All of which are just crazy inventor types that will just carry on his legacy of creating more and more crazy things. And the others as well. Connections still there. Sitara, speaking from beyond the astral plane and reconnecting with everyone when she can. Corbin and Trevor both making their way into finding purpose and finding a place where they can do the good that they really want to do. And with that, Avress will come to a close as adventures go on, as our cast finds new places, to new ways of doing good in the world. Less crazy antics and world-spanning combats with terrible things. Capabilities there, but the pressing need is no longer there. That can be left to other adventurers, to other groups that can do those wild things that the heroes of Raven Crest are known for. So, thank you for being an amazing group of players, and thank you out there that have watched so much over the years, who eventually joined us after watching for so long. It's great to have everyone out there. But we got some time left here. Any Q&A that you want to throw out there? I'm actually going to open up YouTube and see if there's anyone happen to be watching out there, and we'll see.
Just soaring across.
Okay, I'll jump in here and if that's nope, no one's watching currently. So, yeah, no one's. So just yeah, no one's out there and out there. No questions. Sorry.
20th level. We're gonna level up to 20th level.
Oh yeah, you'll get there. I mean, it'll take a lot longer, as you're not gonna be like this crazy non-stop adventuring you've been doing for the last year, but it may take a little time. But you'll get there. I mean, even like Nils and Janan, they weren't 20th level when they retired. They were 15, 16, somewhere in there, and eventually got to 20 over decades just from doing things.
I don't have decades. I'm not that long of a lifespan. I'm gonna go find the dinosaurs. I heard Amethyst beat up a dinosaur with her mind, and I want to go see it again.
Yeah, the Dreadmire is a great place to adventure for lower level folks that want to just take on crazy, powerful dinosaur things. Trying to solo a pterosaur, that'd be a lot of fun.
And also, if Alia wants to learn how to turn into some stuff, she's going to have to actually go and have a look at them. Yep. So
yeah,
that's what we're going to do. We're going to travel around looking for our people, fighting big animals and letting Alia turn into them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. She isn't as much of an adventurer as Amethyst there. She's not going to back down from things, obviously.
Yeah. But if we've got teleportation circle and we can get back for bedtime, then there's no reason why we can't, is there?
Oh, also, Rasmir.
You mean Tavrok?
I
he-
have.
Does he take his name back there? That's
Well, that's just it. It's up to the family. The family's got to give it back to me. So either they have to know I did something heroic, or
they
We
absolutely
go
which I
with
figure they
you,
will.
and we
They
sit and
absolutely
talk
do.
them through everything that you've done and the accomplishments that you made, and really big it up and say how amazing you were and everything, and let
Well-
them know that you're more than worthy of their name.
Well, effectively, remember, I mean, Thavrok, essentially gave up his own name. He wasn't so much stripped from him entirely. He
Thought he failed the family by
Yeah.
losing all the stuff.
So
Yeah.
why don't you want the thing from taking off your arm?
well, now he's
The
okay with it.
shackle. So yeah, the whole shackle thing. I've been waiting for a pause to get
yeah.
that in there.
Go for it.
So in my travels, I felt this really nice lady in a shack. I could use it like as a home base. I could like go out venturing, come back, sleep, go out adventuring, come back, sleep. It was the first friend and only friend that I made while I was out there who ended up drugging me and trying to cook me in a pot.
So a hag. Got it.
Kind of.
So
Which,
he
yeah.
wakes up with the one arm shackled, and he is able to overtake the hag. Knocks over a little container of black goo that became armor that just surrounded him. And while he did take off the chain to the shackle, he didn't take off the shackle because to remind him that people aren't to be trusted.
Okay.
The crazy witch of the hills, essentially. So somewhere in the hills, north of the Orklands, south of the Wastelands, encountered a lady in a shack that spent a bit of time there. So, yep. So the demon armor that he wore, that it could just transform, and the black goo that he wore, that made his armor.
Nice.
Came from a hag.
Well,
Right.
as
He
a
wanted to eat me. Gotta add that part.
Yes,
wanted
going
to
to
eat
was
you.
going to eat you. Yes, yeah.
Mhm. So, I want to give this back to you, Thavrok, if we're going by your name now. It's the animated shield you let me borrow that you called Thavrok for so many years.
He was my best friend.
Yeah.
The only person I talked to for 30 years.
Yeah, and you gave him
Consistently.
to me.
Yeah.
And then when I gave him to you,
Uh-huh.
my childhood friend came back. And I started talking to my childhood friend again. So
Your
it was a
imaginary friend?
win-win.
It was
Like-
a win-win.
Was
Well,
that an imaginary friend or was that a real friend?
Well, you tried to see him and you couldn't see him with whatever spell you are, but I put him
The
in the
invisibility?
Avress chat bar. So
Mm.
they see invisibility. He's just, childhood friend. They're not really
Hey.
there. But then after listening to your story about the voices and maybe somewhere out there, my imaginary friend does exist.
Snoopy.
Right. So I'm going to give you back the animated shield, and our new friend, is it Morden that we found?
Morning Canaan, yeah.
We'll go out with him and we'll find a better shield. Maybe find you a better one too.
Should I give him
Oh,
back his
we-
staff?
No.
We've got a
Tell
house
him.
and a mansion and more than enough money to find all the things that we want. More
Yeah.
than enough time to wait for them to be made.
You
Yeah.
might
No.
have a lot of money.
No, what's
Stavrock,
mine is yours.
Stavrock made pebbles.
What's
to do
mine
his
is yours.
spells.
We made
Yeah.
money. You can have
Yes.
money. You can have all the money you need.
Yeah.
Well,
We
So
already
here's the
told
thing,
you
though,
you
like-
can have money. You
When
can
you
share
gave him-
ours.
The coin of vines, it was like, I haven't seen a coin in 30. Well, he didn't know it was 30
Listen.
years.
Yeah.
Let's take you to Portaurus and get you a bank card and get you all set up with that bank manager, and we'll show you what he looks like.
watch
was
out, he's a
interesting.
beholder.
He had
No.
a beholder as a bank
No.
manager.
Well, the bank manager is the holder, yes, but he's
Yeah.
it's the priest of Zilkus there, the drow out there, who basically is the one who's like
Mhm.
issues all this up there. The builders is more like more security and more like just the owner of the bank. Essentially, is really what it is.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, we'll get him signed up and get him a card and make sure he knows that he can use that money anytime he wants to.
So, yes, you guys have got an obscene amount of money overall, and just people that you'll never, essentially. Not only do you have a gross amount of money for yourself, the items that you have and everything else, you have the connections to get whatever you want as well. So it's pretty much, yeah.
The group loot in the bank, by the way, only has 5,000 gold in it.
You stop putting things in there. Is what it was.
So here's the thing: we stopped getting gold because we are obscenely rich as it is. But
we each have money, so we'll put some in the group account and then.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So
well, and just the fact that you have lots of Lucas, is essentially with connected to a very powerful artificer family with a very powerful magic shop that will only get stronger over time. I will say that Alindra will, while Lucas, you're kind of doing your thing there, she will spend a little more time getting a more active role in the Vault of Light to increase security and essentially pay for adventuring types to go out and find more items that need to be stored away in it. All of Warehouse 13.
And I'm sure Mabel will have a good job for Thavrock, and she,
if he wants it, yes.
If he wants it, and she obviously has connections and is royalty back in Coppervale. So
she's obscenely rich.
Yeah, I'm sure that having her as a contact will make him more important in the town.
Here's the other thing.
Association.
Here's the other thing. Well, yes, we probably do have a ton of money. Isn't it more fun to go find it?
Sure.
Well, yeah, we can do that too, but...
Well, then,
I did find any. I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
Oh, that's because we met you where there were no places to get money and no shops and no money.
Yeah.
Sure, come on to our adventure. The only thing is, we're going to meet you where there's nothing. You have to come up with a story. Why are you there? Oh my goodness.
Yep, haha. And somewhere in the way, I will say, I don't know that I ever was certain that, in somewhere in the descriptions there, that you were from Coppervale initially. Somewhere I lost that thread of like, oh no, I thought you were from the Dwarf Lands over here. And so eventually I got there, and so I know.
So with it, when you were walking it through me that day, when we started with Coppervale, because I was looking for a village with a gnome, and you were trying to explain to me that I could actually use this as a home base over here. So I did get kind of friendly with them with your conversation, the way we're going with everybody in the mountain there in that mountain range. And after almost being eaten by the hag, I spent time, in and out of the dwarf areas, even though they didn't really like people going outside.
Yeah. And so, in terms of like trying to find places and looking for your person there, some sort of cave on the coast or whatever, that's why you ended up eventually up in Elrenar.
Follow the mountains.
Yeah, follow the mountains. Follow the coastline, essentially. Trying to find a sea cave or something, or a cave.
And I'm quite sure that's where you pinged on the map where the hag was going.
Yes, somewhere in these southern hills, yes.
So that would have been early in my journeys.
Yeah, you got away from her and got to the coastline and went, okay, to the coast for a little while, and then you went like kind of north up the way and avoided things like that. And eventually, finding yourself on this island over here where there's nothing but wraiths and ghosts and undead giants.
And then you gave me the folding boat in the beginning, and then as we were coming down our adventures, there was these deadly things in the water. We wouldn't want to go anywhere near the water, and I'm like, oh, cool, the pirate ship dropped me off, and I had to row ashore. In
your folding boat.
Yeah, and when he said that, I had to row ashore in my folding boat. I was like, you were lucky you weren't killed, because we were out near the shore and we were nearly killed. So.
And then I said, the captain of the boat said, you might have more luck in a smaller boat.
You must have a decent will save.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's a cleric. Clerics have a high
Music,
wisdom.
I don't know. It's, somebody
I-
singing.
Whatever. Yeah.
You might
Well-
make a little less noise in this little folding boat. Here's a little case
I-
of water. Here's your backpack.
Right?
Have fun. Go. Yeah, the fact that there was even a ship that would take you over here was kind of amazing because it's one of the things that doesn't normally happen. It's a very
Yeah, it was pretty far
place.
off. I found
Yeah.
out I was dropped off pretty far from shore. So
Yeah.
you see that speck over there? Keep going that way.
Yep, somewhere out there. Yep. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
What was the story with the Avress stone? We never did.
The Aboleth, you mean
It was a
Measure
key.
the
It
light?
was a magical stone that was a key to something, but we never actually followed it up.
essentially it would have been a way I believe it was a way you could get into the under caverns in Drakal. So essentially there was a different way in from the one you took. If you just try to go on wait, it escaped because essentially it left it had an underwater layer on the coast of or not the coast, but I mean let's go back over to here. I'll bring you back. So yeah, in the murk, essentially it came up. It actually came on the up the river, and when it escaped after the grasping darkness took over in that area, it fled up the river into the lake. So there actually was another way in in the river. Essentially, you had to go underneath the tunnels there and actually get nearby where some of the not directly to where the grasping void was, but into the underdark caverns there.
You mean where all the crazy people were at?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
You just
yeah.
go the way, like you found a way through the necropolis and everything else through that way instead.
Right.
But there was another
Mhm.
way down there. Yeah.
We totally said we didn't want to go over there because of all the crazy people that were over there.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you then, Jim.
sure. Yeah.
What was your favorite part of playing in Avress?
Running Avress, you mean?
Yeah, you were playing in it.
I mean, oh man, just being able to put it all together and just keep things going. I mean, it was to take a concept of these people and everything and see them. Okay,
What?
just back go to play where we're still streaming.
Yeah, we're still streaming.
Oh, are we? I thought we
Yes,
did.
yeah, it's a Q&A time. No, we
I'm not
this is
really
Q-
playing.
yeah,
I'm just
this is
looking.
This is Q&A time of like this answer me questions. There are things for people out
Yep.
there or yeah.
Sure.
She's comfy now. Leave her alone.
Okay, whatever. Just like we are still streaming. So I mean, yeah, just seeing the story come together and being able to form the connections and kind of the aha moments of just like some things that were just on the cuff of just this is kind of fun or like I mean I will say a lot of this I planned for, but so much of this was just sort of like in the moment of like, oh wow, this is a cool connection. Let's throw this in. Or just like, oh, that's a cool idea. Let's go with that. When you guys come up with something of like, I didn't plan for that, but that's a cool way to go instead. So just being able to kind of like use your ideas and my ideas and blend them into something that kept the story going and just seeing it all happen. Like when I started, I mean, I literally, I mean, I bought 2 books for a reason. You'll notice the cover of this book. This was Act 2 and our little emerald dragon looking thing here. That's why Smargard was an emerald dragon. I had this was the journal for Act 2 essentially. So I just had the journal for Act 1, which is sort of a general, just generic world thing here. But yeah, just seeing it all come together.
We do have a question from Stephen M.
Oh yeah, cool.
He wants to know who your favorite character was.
I mean,
I answered already, so it's okay.
Oh wait, no. I would say NPC wise, I've got a few. I think you didn't interact with them much there, but I loved one of the first ones you met. good old Andres.
Andres.
Andres, the very flamboyant bartender guy, just like this is kind of a fun guy here. I really enjoyed him initially. He didn't have a long time in the campaign there, but it was one of those things that I love that sort of that early role he played, and then just Elvis and some of the early NPCs you guys met in at the time Craven's Rest. It was fun to kind of play with them and make them grow over time. And although you grew beyond, obviously the town becomes city, the plot grew to much bigger places. The fact that I get to build them out into fun people. I think. I mean. I mentioned this in the past here. Favorite characters in terms of obviously Mabel, Ironheart, and Perrin. I've equated them because those were the three characters from the first time I ran Avress. My good friends here. Zach was Ironheart, and my friend Alan was Mabel, and my friend Matt is Perrin, and even some of the other characters. Tiberius, who you never actually met, who became a victim of Wraith. Was my friend Charlie, and sorry Charlie, Green Dragon. If you ever watch our DM&D shows, there Green Dragon's a big fixture on there. He's been along there a lot of times. There, that's Charlie, who was Tiberius' character.
Listen, he meant to kill you. 100% meant to kill you. The amount of times you killed him.
No, that's a different person there. Charlie's an awesome guy here. But his first character was Detha, the Brass Dragonkin, who was a queen's sister. So Dethadir. She was a Brass Dragon bard. And unfortunately met her demise in the coils of Akoa.
Oh,
and they were only fifth level, so they didn't have like raised dead, and they didn't have a cleric, so there was no one to cast Revivify.
It's okay. We murdered Akoa for you. She's
exactly.
She's
totally
dead
now. Yes, he is gone. Absolutely.
Thor made sure all of his little pet snakes went too.
Yeah. I will never say a favorite character among the party. There's no way, but
we all know it's Amethyst, so
no,
all amazing. You're all wonderful.
4%. 100% it's Thor.
Always
my favorite one was Trevor.
And yes, obviously villain wise, Wraith was a great villain to have, and I just loved being able to just have things just keep happening, because it was like, because the funny thing was, I mentioned this at some point to somebody here, Wraith, I created the character in D&D Beyond, and every time you leveled up, I'd level him up.
You told me that the other day.
He's always 2 levels ahead of you. So when you finally fought him, I think you were 10th level, he was 12th level, something like that. So somewhere around there. And so yes, it was a fun race. And so yeah, it was definitely there. Yes, thank you.
Grimbar.
Dwarven Hero Grimbar. Thank you, Stephen M.
That is awesome. Grimbar.
Yes, I know. Good to see you. Good to see you there. And Grimbar was a fun character, a great character to bring in at the time we came in. It was just the idea of being thrown in, having the connection to Ironheart, having the connection to everything there, and helping throughout the entire Drakal arc. It was so cool to be able to bring somebody in and insert them in a way that wasn't always seamless, but was plausible at least. And I loved bringing along there. So thank you for being a part of the campaign. It was awesome to have you there, and just the craziness that happened throughout that whole arc. I mentioned this on DM&D the other day here. I would actually someday totally consider making the Drakal arc its own campaign.
He did say
beginning
that.
to end. And so I really had a good time with that the way it laid out and everything else. I mean, obviously I loved the first arc with establishing everyone and the whole like chasing Wraith. and chasing him down and his allies and the things that happened along the way. The coins of the Dark King being such a part of the thing there. I love that whole aspect. Yes, I mean, it was great having you. I was glad you got a chance to finish out the arc you were in, which is really just a great time. I loved that whole thing there.
I got a question for you, Jim, about Wraith.
Yeah.
How much did we blame Wraith for things that happened? Or it's actually Corwain that did it?
A lot.
Holy crap! How much?
Wraith was absolutely just Corwain's patsy.
Corwain's
Wraith.
yeah.
Yeah, literally. So Corwain was literally running, basically telling Wraith what to do and Koresh what to do, which you never actually dealt with Koresh directly. He was also directly responsible for the vampire, for Montgomery, Ormond Montgomery. He was actually, Ormond Montgomery, remember, was a necromancer. He was directly in Corwain's employ.
Corwain basically controlled Wraith. So he saw that this young lad had all of this anger inside of him, and he wanted answers to all of these questions that he had. We all found each other, but he didn't, and he just thought that it was people spying on him. And his paranoia. He found ways of dealing with that, and Corwain helped him, but he went the wrong way about it. And so Corwain manipulated him to doing everything that he did, thinking that it was going to help him, but really he was going to be the final shattered soul that Corwain was going to collect, to then bring back the Dark King. He was just as much of a victim of it as we were. Yep. And as his other victims were, in fact, more so, because he had that connection with our group that he could have had, but instead, he was able to feed on all of that negativity and all of those negative emotions, and encouraged to have that, and so missed out on a lot. Which was why when we finally took him down, she didn't know if she wanted him to die or if she wanted him to be just knocked out, and she didn't know if she should be angry and kicking his dead body or putting him to rest, and she didn't know how to feel about it, because it was almost like losing a family member, even though she'd never met him properly. It was like losing a part of herself, because that's what he was, and so it was very emotional. That part was very emotional for me.
Yeah, the backstory there, literally, because Wraith was a member of the Order of the Finders. From the Goblin Nation. He grew up in Gezrek. He was essentially a slave. Well, everyone in Gezrek is a slave. I mean, it's they're all indentured servitudes. You're born into debt. You die in debt, pretty much, and you do everything you do to lessen or do whatever you can to eliminate the debt. And one of the common ways of the group that you ran into in the museum, essentially with good old Trexer and that whole group there, Wraith's henchmen, they remember the Order of the Finders. One of his first missions took him to Dravier, and he ran into and so Koresh discovered him there. Corwain discovered him there, and he literally saw what the connections he had. He essentially put Wraith. So Wraith at the time had already developed a relationship, a patron-like relationship with Zathor, the Shadow Demon. Yeah. That was something he had already had. But essentially Corwain, recognizing that presence of Shadowfell, being a priest of Nerul, and knowing a murderer when he saw one, basically brought Wraith in. And essentially, yes, the coin that he had was given to him which strengthened his bond with Zathor and made it even more. Because Wraith was already a warlock. So, yeah, it was a fun thing that essentially Corwain also is the one who essentially not corrupted, but paid Koresh to spy on the military for him. Koresh was a member of the Rangers, the Ranger Corps, and essentially acted as Corwain's inside man in the military, and used that to. So yeah, Koresh was actually in the process of brainwashing followers. That literally, you never went to the lighthouse out there by the tower. So up here at the right around here, actually, the Mournhold Tower where you fought the vampires. There was some hints there about them going out to the coast, and on the coast was another lighthouse. A lighthouse there where they were bringing people they had captured, Koresh had captured along the seas in his ship, bringing them to the lighthouse there where a group of priests and everything else were brainwashing them to be followers of the Dark King, essentially, to work with them.
I remember that episode because, that's where we got the portable hole and had all goofy fun with that. I remember hearing they were going out to the shore and thinking they were headed to Shorehaven.
With the lighthouse.
And went immediately.
Shorehaven, wasn't it?
We were supposed to go there, but we had found survivors and went, it's probably safer to take them back to some place we knew was safe than it was to go to Shorehaven. And at the same time, Sora didn't want to go to Shorehaven.
Yeah.
It wasn't Shore. So essentially, yeah, the lighthouse wasn't in Shorehaven. It was actually on the coast, right around here where this little like dip is and this river is. Because Mournhold Tower was was somewhere, I believe, around here.
It was the halfway point.
Mournhold Tower was on the old road that connected Shorehaven and Port Oros.
Yeah.
That's in there.
Yep.
We were going to go to Shorehaven. I forget why we were going to Shorehaven, and there was a route. Literally, we were halfway there, and then we met in that little area of vampires. And instead of continuing on to Shorehaven, we went back to Raven's Crest.
So there were shipments going. There were wagons and shipments going missing along the road.
That's what it was.
And since Sora's background was on that road, you eventually figured out there, and that yes, the wagon was being taken off to the Mournhold Tower, which was an old defense tower or on the road that that's an adventuring group that had been overtaken by vampires were taking over. So
that was the fun of where it all started. Fun. Oh, hello about Shade now. I need to know some of Shade. Listen, Shade is the bane of Sora's existence. Okay. She just happened to find us in Port Oros, or was she scouting us?
No, she followed you. She followed you. You met her at the inn. At the inn there, she was actually there because what she does is she would basically find a rich caravan, kill somebody from the caravan, and take their place, and then along the way somewhere steal from them. Because she was basically just steal all their high-end goods there and leave them for dead somewhere. Leave the rest of the caravan for dead. Just take them out. So her whole thing was she was going to replace the driver of your caravan, but got caught in the process and had to flee. But then she essentially followed you to Port Oros and went, "You guys, you screwed up my operation." And then when Sora let her followers wander around the town by themselves, she stepped in and found Wreath and lured him off, killed him, and became Wreath.
Became the bane of her butt, let me tell you.
Yep.
I'm assuming she's gone.
Oh yeah, you slaughtered her. Yeah, you
she was executed.
You executed her. Yeah,
by the Rangers and Ravens.
I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I didn't do it. I hit her and called them, and then brought her back to life so that she would lay on hands. Sora did not kill her.
Yeah,
we took her to Raven's Crest, and she was executed by the soldiers, by the Rangers.
Yep, the Rangers there. Yeah,
Fielded
and Bickle. Yep.
No,
was it Port Oros?
No, it was Raven's Crest. Yeah. Yeah, they enacted because the bounty that was on her and the fact that she was, she was the one that she'd killed many people by that point. She'd been doing this for a while. Yeah.
For pirate adventure we can get to have.
So was the lighthouse? So the other question was lighthouse. In question, the lighthouse where we caught up with the goblin assassin. That was, I believe, it was a different lighthouse. I ended up reusing that map, in fact, because you didn't go to the one that was up here. The lighthouse where they could have met with Koresh's operation was up here. The one where you met the assassin, I believe, was down here in Greenhoof Village. So there's a lighthouse. Yeah, right over here. Yep.
Yeah.
That's where you actually found, and they had some similar. What they had there is they had kidnapped a mage. So the goblins there had kidnapped a mage from Port Orith who knew Manatech, because goblins have never had Manatech before. So they wanted a mana technician to come along, and then that's where, of course, the mana technicians that were being kidnapped were part of Wraith's crew. Well, had been forced into service under Wraith's crew. So yeah, that was those folks there.
So Amethyst, outside of Elia, who was your favorite NPC?
I can be cruel to Jim and say Ardy.
I mean, sure, that's.
Yeah.
Oh, be nice.
I mean, probably Race, to be honest. But also Nils, because Nils obviously was a character that I played with in a different campaign. And so I felt a connection with Nils that Amethyst didn't have. But Bill had with Jim.
Sure.
So that was nice finding Nils and then hearing about his stories where he travelled with a and with Squish Mud and stuff like that, and so that was fun. But it's really hard because there's been so many.
There has been.
Kira and Gildor I really liked, and I wanted to know more about them, and I wanted to see more of them. But we've been so busy, like adventuring and all of that crazy stuff that, I guess that comes later, getting to know them better and stuff like that. And
absolutely.
But,
what about you, Lucas? Who's your favorite?
Alindra
doesn't count. Alindra doesn't count because Alindra is his girlfriend, wife person.
Yeah.
Janan was a good one.
Yeah.
Janan?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Mrs. Nils.
Mrs. Nils.
Yep. Janan. It was always fun because I realized, because Nils' backstory, I actually wrote a couple of chapters of a short story. It didn't turn into it. It was going to be a National Novel Writing Month one that didn't go very far. But I I was writing out Nils's school years, essentially. And Nils and Janan were essentially boyfriend and girlfriend in college, effectively.
Aww.
It didn't go well, and part of the reason why Nils was an adventurer is because it didn't end well at all for them. But then a decade later, they reconnected and kind of made up and became a couple again for real. Essentially, she made some bad choices, let's just say, and ended up with a rival essentially. And then she realized later on that guy was kind of a scumbag, and Nils was a lot better of a person and much more humble background. This guy was sort of going to be more of a con man. We kind of the Flash Thompson to Nils' Peter Parker.
I feel like Nils, whenever he's at some sort of event where there's cheese, he'll just look at the cheese and go, ugh, and just kind of shudder when he's
hates cheese.
Doesn't like cheese at all for some reason. Just has nightmares about cheese. And something that people don't realize about Nils Pretzel is that his name is an anagram of Spell Sniper, which I always thought was really exciting.
Yep. Yeah, Nils.
I know you haven't been playing long there, Mr. Razmir / Turvok, but you've been watching a few of these what was your favorite NPC through watching?
Didn't really get a favorite NPC out of all of them.
Mm.
To tell you the honest truth, I just liked listening to your interactions in the game.
Mm.
Give me ideas, thoughts on how to play a character and do a character. I was more interested in your responses to situations than the actual NPCs. Probably I wasn't in the game and devoted to the game, so it really didn't come down to that for me.
Yeah.
My favorite ones was Sora's henchmen. If I had to pick non-player characters,
Oh no.
the poor things that those people went through,
Yeah.
toting
They
your
did.
stuff all around the world over and over again.
Dressing
They
and
had to be the
undressing
ones
me.
I
Yeah.
felt bad
And then their
for.
destiny was to like just stay
Yeah.
there and clean our house for us.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
100%.
Wash our
Yeah.
socks
cook your food and like manage your affairs and clean the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
and stitch our clothing.
They knew what they signed on for.
It's one of those
Like-
ones. I always the night background having that with the henchmen. Like, what are you gonna do with them? You literally can't take like beyond like level 1 or 2, and even then they're such.
Yeah.
I mean, like
Yep.
they got maybe 10 hit points. I mean, what are they gonna do when some dragon shows up there? They're just gonna die.
Apparently, just get
Yeah.
killed by a serial killer. So-
Exactly. Yeah. you
Apparently.
killer, yeah. Become a plot
Apparently.
device is what they were. So yeah.
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 What they do.
Yeah.
Mine was my brother.
Yeah. Straight
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Oh, it was great. So he wasn't just
all of
like the
that.
guy that I went to bust doors down on. He
Mhm.
was, for Sora, he was the grounding foundation of going, hey, you're not supposed to be talking to deities. That's not supposed to be a thing. Are you doing okay? He was essentially, he became the parent that Sora didn't have.
Big brother.
And then, yeah, he stepped up and filled the role of Big Brother, especially after she found out he was married to Sarah. And then, had the private conversations outside of game where it was, hey, maybe it's time for you to start leaning on the party more. And instead of trying to protect them, let them do the thing that they're supposed to do. Which all that character growth Sora had to have from, I'm not okay with us dropping acid in some dude's eye that we have tied up. That makes no sense.
No one was okay with that though.
Well,
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
the two players who were
Crazy little
doing
gnome
it.
there. Like, come on. Like, that was hard to work with. Like how do I work with this? That's a really such a major challenge. Yeah.
You didn't have to. I took care of it. We're not
I know.
doing that. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And
the whole Trevor thing, because he did a couple of things as well that were like really like,
It was
oh.
really tough. Yeah,
And we
it was
even
a
spoke
hard
to them
situation.
and said, before you do anything that's big, you got to speak with the party. We've got telepathic bongo most of the time. We can, or just do a hand gesture to Amethyst and she can telepathically go, what do you say, or anything. But don't just like murder people like that or torture someone without, let's discuss stuff first before we do anything big. And he was like, yeah, we'll do that. And then next thing, bam, someone's got murdered in a town full of people with everyone watching. Like, well, what we're going to do now?
I will say, if you ever watched that episode, like I know my face was just like,
yeah,
all of us.
What do I do with this?
I was watching that episode.
What do I do with this? I'm like,
Yep. And like I'm just lucky that Amethyst there wasn't, because she was in mental connection with this guy that got a bullet to the head. She was really lucky that she didn't get any like psychic damage from that, because that was just
we all took psychic damage.
I'm speaking with him, and then bam, I'm getting answers to questions that we all had.
Yeah.
And then he was gone, and then we had no questions left.
Yeah. It's like,
so,
like first of all, this guy had already taken some damage. He wasn't as well. He pretty much he got getting tripped and hit, knocked down. He was a normal dude with like 10 hit points. So he was at like 3 hit points. But you couldn't not kill him with a shot if you wanted. Like wow. Okay. So so
I watched it, Jim. We were literally like, we need to go to break. So we went to break, and then Then we exploded off screen. Oh man, it was
What?
it was
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
it was
that was harsh.
good
That was
times.
heavy
It was
going.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I mean, I will say one of these as rough as that was, and as difficult of a situation that was there, it was an amazing moment to work through and then figure out where to go from here. And there were there was very interesting things that could have happened around that if that event hadn't taken place. And obviously then later on with other issues, we won't go into that. But
Mhm.
the fact is, story-wise, that was a chaotic time, I will just say, because so much was happening. I had I was juggling so many plot lines and so much of what's going on there. Because again, yeah, you literally could have gone after Koresh, you could have gone to the coastline, you could have gone to hunt pirates, you could have gone there were like 8
Those
different ways you could have
pirates!
gone. And like, where do I was like literally on the seat of flying by the seat of my pants for so much of that that timeline of like, okay, now what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
But we
crazy
finally got somewhere where we were finally getting answers to questions.
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah.
We were glad
Yeah.
to be getting the answers.
And I love that time period again because Kez Mezim, the goblin.
Yes.
It was I finally got a chance like because we were always like, oh, I hate goblins. I'm like, guys, they're people. I mean, these goblins in this world are people. They literally have a weird society that, and I know they're a pain in the butt, and you hate, and you were supposed to hate the goblins you hated, but in general, goblins were not bad. Like you were dealing with, you were literally the goblins you ran into. Were working for Wraith and Corwain that by extension, but
Right.
and Koresh because Koresh was there. The fact is the goblins they were literally their whole purpose was to go find people who'd taken goblin secrets and technology, kill them and take it back. That was their whole mission, and they got paid lots of money to do it. Yeah. So, which for them was clearing debt, which meant they didn't pass those debt onto their family, and all this thing of like, it was.
We don't talk about the Duchess, Stephen.
Yes, the Duchess. Oh my god,
I loved
that. Oh my gosh, I have literal like pages of her backstory written in these books here of like who she was, where she came from. Like I had her family history because of the fact that I traced her back to the Dark King and how much the coins. I mean, the whole coin thing. So those of you who are I've mentioned this before here, they came from the Denarians of Jim Butcher's Dresden Files. The inspiration for them came from that. They're very, very different in how they work or anything else like that. But the whole concept of them came from as Harry Dresden calls them the nickel head. Effectively, yes, they're all cursed coins. The 40 pieces of silver that were cursed because Jesus' blood dripped on there as Lazarus had him with a spear, and those coins became cursed. And anyone who hit them, like, so effectively, the coins were all bound to a different demon. Essentially, that would whoever took up the coins would get possessed by that demon in some way or other. And so, literally, Lucia was Lassiel from there, like who was very much bound to Harry Dresden and helped him so much until all of a sudden he had to get rid of her, and it didn't go so bad. Where the other coins were obviously much different in their relationship. Akoa was fully in control, and the plant creature that Akoa worked with there from the Coin of Vines didn't have any control over him. It just gave him power and let him do things. The werewolf literally possessed whoever held the coin, and especially when they fully manifested, would become a massive werewolf and lose control and had to be basically stopped. Whereas the one coin that's still out there is in the hands of Bickle at this point there, who's bodyguard to the current Duchess, is very much just like a mercenary of like, oh yes, I'll do whatever you want. I want to keep doing things and essentially make a contract and do it. So eventually, the only coin that's still out there is the coin of the Arcana Loth.
The Arcana Loth, yeah.
Yep.
I couldn't remember which one it was, but yeah.
Yep, that's the one. Which I realized I think I screwed up on the screen there. I had 9 coins there. There's only have 8 coins.
Yeah.
The 9th coin is still out there. And two of the coins were destroyed essentially. So the bonds were destroyed entirely, and the power along with them. So both the Pit Fiend and the Baelor. Yeah. It was fun because it was the Duchess was a fun one because, I mean, she's no doubt evil and a villain, but in all the best ways. Of like she had altruistic moments. She literally had the best interest of the region at heart there. She was protective of everyone, and it was rough because that's the whole thing. I mean, her whole story arc, the Hag, especially Peg Prowler, she was one of the ones that literally hated being bound and did everything she could to. She was responsible for the Dark King's fall, directly responsible. And she was also directly responsible for the formation of Garvon as a nation. So, yeah. Fun times.
What was your favorite fight to DM then, Jim?
Oh, man. I would say the Wraith fight was incredible. That was so just crazy, and the ups and downs of that one. I really felt like that one had so many good twists and turns to it. In terms of your reactions to the fights, I would say probably the one that I just loved the reaction to it was the Pumpkin King in the Feywild. Just the reaction to that one. It wasn't a big of a threat. It really wasn't that. Although I will say it was, because I actually pulled another enemy from that fight, because otherwise Eldon would have died in that fight. He would have been utterly dead. He was going to die if I'd put the other enemy on the field. Eldon would have been gone. There's no way you would have been able to save him.
Oh man.
Yeah, he
I feel like there's been a few times with that though where Eldon nearly died, and also Sora, because they both had they both would just go off on their own and not oh, there's something over there, run, and then the rest of the party is trying to catch up and they're nearly dead, and it's.
Yep.
You know what my favorite fight was?
Which one?
The one where Sora went down.
The Lich fight?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That one was chaos. I really was shocked by some of the choices you made in general, and it could have gone a lot smoother, but it was one of those things, seeing it all play out, it was like, wow, there's no way this is going to end well for you. And luckily so the fight there in the Nexus under with all the Dragonkin, the Lich, and that whole thing there, that one I had planned for the Crystal Guard to be able to come out, and so that was intentional. I literally had them in the wings.
Mm-hmm.
It's also why I was describing the fact that there was fighting going on off camera, essentially off the map. So you started hearing that fighting happening out there. I planned for that entirely. So that fight could have gone on longer. It's one of those ones that if we'd had more time, there would have been a little more happening there that would have kept the fighting going a little longer there. We just ran out of time, and I didn't want to prolong it to another episode or to an extended hour fight or whatever. So it could have gone on longer, but it was one of those ones that at that point, with that turning point there, you had the upper hand and you were able to finish it off. So it was one that while it was almost a Deus Ex Machina of there, but what I had planned for all along, that literally the Crystal Guards used that opportunity of your distraction to overpower their guards and be able to come out and take on there. So yeah, that was last week's that one I intended to be a long one. So yeah, 5 hour that was I wanted that though. Oh yeah, you didn't know that in the game there. So yeah, the last week's episode was 5 hours. It was we only had one other one. I think the Wraith fight may have gone that long too.
It might have been. I'm not sure.
It went a bit longer, but I don't think it was an extra hour. I think it was.
No, it wasn't the full extra hour. I think it was about a half hour.
Minutes or something.
That was the first one. Like it's gonna go as long as it goes, because I was like I like there were stages that had to happen, and and I realized like I could have muddied that fight up with a lot more devils, and I decided no, focus here. Like Wraith is there, Corwain is there, and at that point it was like, no, let's this is it. This is yeah.
It was fun. I really liked that Lich fight though, Jim. It was a bunch of, hey guys, we developed a plan. We once again did not stick to our plan. And
the plan went out the window when the bad guys showed up, and you realized they aren't going to follow what we want to do. So
exactly.
Yeah.
The plan always went out the window then, and there's been so many oh my god moments. Because with Wraith was always 2 steps ahead of us, and we didn't know why. When we found out that Corwain's sister lived next door to us in Ravenscrest, that was like, oh my god, why did we not realise that? And the Corwain thing, we went to Corwain's mansion, and we were taking Corwain, like helping him out because he was surrounded by these shadow demons, and we helped this old man, and he was so thankful. And then we were like, okay, we're going now. And then we find out he's the big bad, and it's like, oh, what?
And just that was literally that was nothing I threw in there. That was planned all along. Corwain, that whole setup there, that was all fully intentional. It was I planned that from day, like literally, like who's pulling the Wraith string? Okay, and then then the fact that Kiva was linked to him, and absolutely like.
So the only reason I trusted Corwain was because of Kiva.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I put her there. That's why she was there. I was like, made him more trustworthy because she trusted him.
But Kiva also grew up with Wraith, and she also knew him.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to know him. I wanted to find out more about him, and I wanted to be able to trust him. I wanted to bring him over to this side and not have him be on the dark side. But
it's one of those ones where so. Effectively, it's environment and the situation there, because where Amethyst would actually see visions and hear voices, he would just hear things, and he couldn't communicate back. It was like he had no connection back, and it was just like he just kept hearing voices, and it drove him nuts.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was tormented in Goblin territory because he was a human in Goblin lands, so of course he was always being tormented and everything else. So I mean, hearing the voices, and then another voice would show up there, and it was a strange voice that would give him abilities and power, and so he's like, oh, it's just another voice. So oh no, it's a shadow demon that can
what about you, Lucas? What was your favorite fight?
I don't know. I remember the first one.
Oh gosh,
fight we had.
The house?
No.
Oh, the
trollings. The trolling. Yep, very first. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
The house was one of my favorites.
Yes, the house was a blast. I really had I had such fun with that, and doing the house as a one shot. Yep, I did a one shot.
That was so fun.
Oh yeah. You watched that one, didn't you? Yeah.
I watched it. I was here. Yeah, I watched every bit. If anybody hasn't seen it, the house in Ravenscrest that we went into at the beginning was a haunted house, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
Jim, he did that as a one shot, but he made characters for all of the people that were playing, the 5 people playing, and when they went there, he would like give them a brief description of the character and what they could do, and they each chose a character, and then he gave them their tokens, and each of the tokens were a member of the Scooby-Doo gang. So there was like Scooby and Shaggy and Daphne.
We find him. I've got him here in my log.
Yeah, it was great.
It was so good. It was so
here we go. So here are our tokens here. Yes, I'm gonna put them on the map here. So there's your
the
Velma.
First time the Scooby Gang have ever been in a house where there were actual real ghosts and not just people with masks on.
There's good old Fred. There's your Shaggy. And there's the Scooby.
So while we're thinking about memory lane here, Amethyst, what was your favorite part of Avress?
There's too many. There's just too many. like all of the wow moments like that I've already mentioned, and like every time I found out more information about the connections that I had, and every little like meditation on those candles and seeing them being snuffed out and things, and like seeing that one flicker and thinking Wraith was back alive again, and just like there's just been so many things that have this I've lived and breathed this whole campaign, and I'm so sad for it to be over because I love it so much, and it's crazy, but it's amazing. Being inside the mind of Jim Grace is just, it's fantastic, because I thought it would be, and in fact probably better than I thought it would be, but I always knew it was going to be good.
What about
but
Lucas?
Just
What's your favorite part?
So many
I know.
different parts, yeah.
yeah.
Getting rid of the coins and destroying the book. For Lucas.
The
Oh, yeah.
book. I
You
forgot
gave me-
all about
You
the
gave
book.
me such a gift with that. It was like it was part of your backstory. I'm like, oh, this is how I'm putting this in here. Like the book and the coins and the grasping void, all related there. I'm like, so I like literally the grasping void is something that I had in mind, and it's something that I actually had the whole reason for Jakal in the first book here. I'm like, well, what year was this? This was 2017. 2017 was when I started creating Avress. And the whole like what was happening in Jakal, I had the outline of it in here back in 2017. We never got to go there, and so I had this idea of some possessed dragon sleeping underneath Jakal somewhere that was influencing the psychically linked the gemstone dragonkin. So when Lucas gave me this thing of like a book that was this dark book with tentacles, I'm like, where's the grasping void? Okay, all right, there we go. So I knew I had right off the bat between Sora and Lucas, I had two solid ends to going to Jakal and dealing with this and having that where we've been in there. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Now, like this book belonged to the Dark King. He used the grasping void to create the coins and bind things. That's what grasping void does. It binds and corrupts things. And it's like, well, the coins were created by using the book, and
Good job, Lucas. This is all your fault.
I mean, it was I said
you and your Pegasus.
Well, and I will say, I mean, every character that you guys made, and the ones you brought in, it was such a great. You gave me so many good hooks to the story, and so many ways to bring you in and grow the world. I mean, like I said, Sora and Lucas there with those connections, and then Amethyst, of course, with the Shattered Soul and connections around that way. Even Trevor with his military connections and everything else, and it was just a way to bring stuff in that. And each NPC that came in, I was able to find a way to tie them in through other things the party was experiencing there. You made, in some ways, made my job easy. You also had a lot of challenge and a lot of layers of complexity, everything else too. But it was just a good way to grow the story. Each character that came in helped me grow the story. Satara was a great character to bring in because of the connection to the astral plane. I was like, well, that's where the grasping void came from. And why is she here? Well, because those tendrils of darkness are reaching through the astral plane, and forming a connection here on the material plane. And I mean, this eldritch Cthulhu entity in the far reaches of the astral plane is where the grasping void came from. So yeah, Grim with the mercenary rogue type connections there. It made sense to tie him to Ionar and his background and what he did and being a dwarf. Like, yeah, they're gonna have a dwarf who's an agent essentially. So if the party needs someone, agent, here you go.
What was your favorite part, Resmir? Now, Thavrock?
I enjoyed the whole story. Like I said, I wasn't really. It was all good. I don't really have a favorite part. I wasn't in tune to it as you folks were, and that is the truth. And then I knew I only had like a couple of months, so I tried to catch up.
Yeah.
I was just really happy that I was able to have the opportunity to help you guys get to the end.
Oh, I loved it. Yeah.
It was
And it was
great.
fun. It was so
It was
fun to
very
have
fun.
somebody come in who was like because it was definitely a challenge of like, how do I bring in a new character when they're going to the Nightmare Land or they just arrived in the Nightmare Land? I'm like, who would join them here? And I was like, well, it could have been a dark elf who was in that city. That's where they were. And I'm like, well, no, I mean, so a cleric coming along, like who was hunting for someone. Well, the idea of like being chased by incorporeal undead through a caved-in section of the like.
It was great. You died twice.
And then you killed me.
And then you
You
killed him.
ruined my opening monologue.
So
Sorry.
evil.
Sorry.
That was so evil. He didn't even get to say a word before you murdered him. And that
That's
was
'cause
so sad.
That's my fault. You failed to compensate from a banshee. I mean, what do? You drop to 0 hit points immediately. Like, doop, boop, okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Me and Rob have played in this on our characters all the way through from session 1 all the way through. I never died a single time.
I know.
I did.
know.
As soon as he steps
I
in
tried.
there, he's dead. And
I
it's
tried,
like,
dang it.
No, you tried to
Yeah.
kill Rob. You didn't try to kill me. You
So
wanted to kidnap me.
my favorite.
No, there were many encounters that where Amethyst could definitely have died if she got
Oh,
caught
yeah.
out, but she did not. So yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't like I didn't really gun for you. Yes, I would say yes. It was definitely. I never like the only time I would ever and I've mentioned this before in the past here. That was narratively, it was a total narrative decision there. It's one that I shouldn't have gone that far in it, but I was so into what was happening with Wraith that I was like,
Yeah.
this is going to happen. I'm like, oh, and so that was like, oh, that is not going to work. Like, you're not going to go down that easily. It's like, there's no way in hell you're going to let that happen. I'm like,
Mhm.
so, and
The
I will say,
players fought back on that one.
well, I
hard.
absolutely misread the spell description of Force Cage because I did not realize it was just a charisma save to get out. Well, there go half the party with the high charisma. Just go bloop, we're out of here.
Now, what you really needed was mental prison.
Yeah, well,
I did on your dinosaur.
you can't do that on more than one person at a time.
Yeah.
So it was like,
No,
boom, Force Cage. Oh crap, it doesn't work on like
unless you twin.
you just
cast it.
pop right out of it. I'm like, oh jeez.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Unless
it
you're
was
a
really
sorcerer that can twin cast it.
yeah.
So
Exactly.
what I liked
Which I
best
can do
about
now.
Avress was the you can certainly try moments.
Yeah.
The amount
Yeah.
of times I whispered Jim and I was like, hey, can I do this, this, and this? I know it's gonna take 7 or 8 turns, but I want to do this, this, and this. He's like, you can try. So
Go
on
for
my
it.
turn,
Yeah.
he let me do whatever it is that I wanted to do, and it
Mhm.
just made it fun. While in reality, tying Sora off to the ship and then jumping off with just a rope was probably not the greatest idea.
Around it, manticores.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
But like at
That
the time,
was one of them where we just looked at each other. We're like, "What is she doing?
Yep.
Is she insane?"
yes.
And when you went into that house and we found out we're supposed to be next door, and instead of going out and round, you went through the wall. And that
Yes.
was like,
Yeah.
what is going
Well,
on? Why
and
is
the
she
best-
the Kool-Aid man?
Oh, and the best part of that whole thing was like when you came through the wall, I'm like, there's no place for you to go.
I don't care.
You literally are gonna plow into Eldon because there's nowhere else for you to go. So like Eldon gets crushed by Sora, like
Oh,
comes to the
Sora
wall and
gets
smashes
brick
her,
wall,
like
yeah.
like
So,
and
like-
and you're in the stairwell with a freaking angry huge werewolf going. Okay, yeah, it can't kill you, but it's gonna be like now nobody can get to the werewolf because there's this giant dragonborn in the stairway.
Yeah.
That
who's
didn't
now
matter.
who's now crushed the gnome underneath her. Oh my god.
That's insane. That was all insane.
So
God,
like
I was like,
okay,
oh.
the airship fight. Let me put you in my brain on how that happened. I can't fly. I can't get out there.
No, I will say that you can't fly. You in so many opportunities where you could. Everyone in the party could fly except Sora,
Yeah.
and absolutely Sora could have taken any opportunity to gain flying, just like everybody else had. But no, Sora
No,
didn't want to fly. Sora was afraid of flying.
you sure was.
And
But you're
so was
okay with like
Athena.
dangling off of a rope. Yeah, and Athena did too. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
here's the
Sora doesn't
thing.
want to fly, but she'll hang off a rope from an
It's
air.
tied to something.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah,
It's tied to something.
Something that is
you're
flying.
attached. I get it.
Well, hold on. It was tied to something because I reached the apex of that height and I cut it with a knife and I went onto the manticore. that was supposedly flying until
You
somebody.
landed on the manticore that was flying, and then you killed the manticore. It was no longer flying.
Nope.
No,
And then
I
I
didn't
got
kill
to
it.
jump out
Medic, I
to feather fall you.
Manticore got turned to stone.
Oh, that was Lucas.
you go.
I didn't kill it.
He's
I
petrified.
almost turned to stone.
There you go.
It was great. So, but in
Yeah.
my head, I had no way of getting out to those things, and there was no way. I was waiting turn after turn after turn to go and do any fighting because I didn't have a long range weapon.
I would have let you use my boots of flying though, or whatever. I could have cast fly on something. I
Yes,
could have.
You didn't have the flying carpet at that point. Yeah. That was on the way to that place.
Yeah.
And then my
I
other
had Eldon's rocket boots. I only ever worn
Yeah.
once, and then I gave them to
Yeah.
Sora,
and she broke them.
Yeah.
My other favorite fight was the one when Athena came in and we were fighting those ogres.
Oh yeah,
Remember
yeah.
the door
Yeah.
fight where we had two wall fortresses right next to each other, and I'm like, what good is that going to do? We need to go beat them up, like not hide inside of a building.
The giant fortress was one of those things of like, I'm like, they're just hill giants. How am I? You guys are like 15th level at that point. I'm like, what are hill giants going to do against you? And I was like, well, the environment is what's going to work against you. And then you proceeded to completely destroy any chance they could like gang up on you or do anything else. I'm like, set half the building on fire. The rock was destroying everything. This was just chaos. I was like, this is hilarious.
This is why we are called Chaos Gremlins.
Absolutely. And then, yes, of course, was it the second, like was Athena or somebody was going to jump down the well?
That was Athena was going to do it, but Esk ended up doing it.
Yeah. Well, Esk low, like he like it was one of those things of like, whoever goes down there is going to die. There's no way in hell they're going to survive that. I don't care who you are. You are surrounded and cut off. There's no way you're going out there. It's like,
what did he do? He got like halfway down.
I can't even remember.
He did his monkey. He did monk stuff, and he got his way out.
Yeah, because remember, he could act a little draconic wing thing as he could create as a dragon soul monk, and so basically he could like fly for a turn essentially. So rather than step of the wind, he actually would pop out wings and fly for a turn. So
yeah, I remember saying to him that you can't go down there on your own. You need to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it was like essentially it was a way down there, but there were literally 4 zombie giants and and a couple, at least 2 of the mid-level ogre mages were there, and I think there was one priest among them too, because they were there dragging the bodies back where they were being reanimated. They would just drop the bodies down the well. They drag them into where the priests are working, and the priests would raise dead on them and put them back out to go fight some more. It was drop them down the well, drag the bodies in, raise dead, send them back to fight. That was the whole purpose of that whole thing. Like
to the point where they were begging not to be brought back.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a messed up. Like. God, like Corwain is like trying to basically. He was a huge distraction. Like, how do we keep Dravier out of this whole thing and just distract them? Well, send the giants in. Well, these giants are going to get killed. We'll just keep bringing them back. I've got priests of Nirol to leave behind. Go and help the giants reanimate their dead. Send them back in. The fight never ends.
Evil.
It was a good one. It was a good one.
It was evil. Yes, it was definitely one of the more evil thoughts I had. So, the evil thoughts that came out, the giants were definitely one. Of course, the trollings were just, I mean, my first evil thought of like, what happens when you eat troll meat? What happens when halflings eat troll meat for a long time?
They turn into trollings.
Oh, that was a good fight too.
Oh yeah,
the
town.
Out the troll. Yeah,
the town. That was fun. That was a good time. Good old. Roanoke.
Yeah, Roanoke. Roanoke.
Yep.
Got burnt to the ground.
Oh yeah, it was a mess. It was
R.I.P. Roanoke.
Yep.
I hope we rebuild
because you had to use the fire to stop the bloody things from regenerating.
Yep. And and the fact they had to go find a new troll because the troll was finally after 2 centuries, or over a century, was finally not regenerating anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But we killed that whole race of trollings, didn't we? We killed a
Yes,
whole
you
race
did.
of people.
You wiped them all out. There was
Yeah.
none left to be found.
None left. I mean, they were nasty.
Oh god, yeah, they're terrible. Yeah, there was nothing redeemable about them. They literally were mindless little eating machines. Is all they were at that point. So yeah, they were just
Yeah.
yeah.
And first they were eating people's goats, and then they were literally like eating people. So we had to stop that.
Yeah, well, they ate at least one person in the cave there. You saw the body that you found there. Yep.
Dead.
Yeah.
Oh
Wasn't
wow.
there a Slod in that as well?
No, Slod were in the same region, but they were not the same thing at all. Yeah.
I remember finding
met
there was
the
a
red
body
Slod.
that had a thing, a Slod bursting out of it.
Yeah, we had a red Slod we fought in that fight.
That was another troll. The poor trolls of that region were just terrible. Like, that was mean to the trolls. What happens when a troll is infected with a Slod? Well, it bursts out and the troll regenerates. Like, what happens if you take a disgustingly powerful Slod and make an egg sac and then it just keeps bursting Slod out over and over? That's what that whole thing was. Yeah. Again, evil thoughts. Yes, evil thoughts of how do I make terrible, terrible things. Yeah. So
I would like to know what your most frustrating part was, Jim.
Oh man.
Dealing with Sora.
We're almost out of time here. No, my most frustrating part, I'm going to say right now, counterspell.
Yeah.
When at one point there were 4 counterspell potential among the party between like, but I will just say, Lucas, you were my most frustrating part. I could never hurt you. You were always greater invisible. The Seal Wind Strike and everything else, like Lucas is going to wipe out everything on this map. What the hell? Like, the fireballs from greater invisibility, I'm like, I could never see you. I will say, part of the reason why the whole last arc was demons and devils, because they all had true sight. And they like, the greater invisibility didn't matter anymore. Yeah.
I said to him, if you keep using greater invisibility, he's just going to get something with true sight. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. No, devils and demons were always going to be a part of the ending there. That was the whole point there. But it was like, oh, good. Greater invisibility finally won't be the end all be all of every encounter from here.
Yeah.
Nothing here can see him.
And he even got
flying
hurt.
invisible. Oh yeah. I mean, it was one of those things. And I mean, Lucas turn the tide of so many fights, and so frustrating, but in a good way. Of like, this is, I mean, like when the hypnotic pattern goes off and half the field goes, whoop, okay, they're not doing it anymore, or like, so many encounters
or
where
mental prison on a T-Rex.
Yeah, or well, that was Amethyst, and so yes, that was.
You see, I only ever cast that once. And I saw your frustration, and I didn't cast that ever again. I also got rid of greater invisibility and chose something different as well.
No, it's one of those things. It's the frustration of an encounter of like, this is gonna be a fun encounter with a giant dinosaur, and you just go, oh great, wow, completely like this is gonna be a fun encounter. No, it's not. No, not even remotely fun. It's just like boop.
For us, it's totally ruined. But not for you.
And it's one of the amazingly cool moments for the characters, but one of like this going, oh, there goes my whole encounter.
Yeah.
So,
oh, darn us players in our brains.
Mum running out from the forest.
Yep. Okay, well, we are at a time here, though. Those of you watching there, thanks for hanging out, and yes, fireball, counterspell, fireball, exactly. Absolutely nuts there. But thanks for watching, thanks for joining in, thanks for stopping by, Grim. Oh my gosh, it was so good to see you. And just everyone else who's watched over the years. For years, wow.
3 years.
Roughly 126 episodes, I think, because there were 7 sessions that were pre-stream, including our haunted house. And then a couple we didn't record. They were in 119. This is number 119 tonight. So thank you as always for being here with us, hanging out with us, watching now in the future. It's so great to run and be a part of this. Love you all. Always, thanks for hanging out with us. Drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon. Take care, folks.
Bye.
Bye, guys.